Hey, what's going on? Well, the debate is here, everyone. We have arrived. Many people think that we would not make it, but we have. We've done it. We've done it again. What's going on? Whew, man, I feel like this kind of came quick. I can't lie. I feel like this one kind of scooped in a little quick with it. But yeah, here we go. Um, oof. Okay, so I mean, I guess where should we start? I guess we can kind of start with like the state of the race a little bit. Um, let's see. Some of you all may have seen my community post on the YouTube channel. But basically, I was talking about how I've been looking through a lot of the polls and the data and the races coming from both Biden and Trumperino uh, since the election cycle, and I came to one conclusion, and that is we have no clue what's going to happen right now. Right now, in many high quality polls, Biden is down, and in some down substantially to Trump right now. Now, once again, this is before the conventions, and this is yeah, this is before the convention, and once again before the first debate. But that's what's going on right now, and that's a very worrisome, honestly, because he was never really down to Trump back in 2020, but 2024 is something different. The third election where Donald Trump is going to be on the ballot, and hopefully the second one that he loses. So Donald Trump is doing well compared to Biden, but the big problem is that in a lot of these polls, neither of them are polling anywhere near um like 50%. Most of the time, both of them are polling at like 40. Right now, it's like 44 to 43 or 41, something like that. Both the low 40s, which is horrible, because there's so much room for where things are gonna go. Is there gonna be like right, like where's the rest of the electorate, right? Like 40% choose Biden, 40% choose Trump usually, and there's like a 15-20% gap of people who are either choosing, I don't know, like Robert F. Kennedy in some polls, who literally has brainworms. Well, I guess he doesn't anymore because they found a dead brainworm. Poor thing starved in there. He didn't have anything to eat. So there's Kennedy, who had brainworms. Or they go to like nobody, or they go like nobody that is just undecided. It's really strange, a lot of these polls coming out. Yeah, it's just, man. So the state of the race right now is that Biden is down. And one of the big problems is that he's been consistently down. He's no matter what you think about this election, Biden has been polling pretty poorly in basically every single regard. When's the debate again? 9 p.m. EST, 8 p.m. Central, or something along those lines. Um, yeah, so things have gone pretty horribly. Oh, also, one thing, okay, is that we might be going over to the surprise, we might be going over to Rumble. We might be switching over to Rumble, like streaming on Rumble. I'm 100% serious. Because CNN might try to, take us down, might try to obliterate us. Page isn't working. Wait, what? Wait, is Rumble? Wait, did CNN take down Rumble? Oh my gosh, it's unable to handle the request. Wait, what? I can't load Rumble anymore. Oh no, did CNN obliterate Rumble? Is this real? Is this for realsy? Are you for serious? I was gonna have you wait, anybody in chat, you all try to load up Rumble. Tell me if you can. Can you do that? Can you load up Rumble? Is that possible? Rumble got tossed, man. Well, anyways, we might be going to another streaming service, so hold on for that. It might be YouTube. It might be, sorry, it might be Rumble if Rumble works. Oh wait, no, we're up. Oh, it signed me out for some reason. Wait a second, let me see. It's not. I had to make a Rumble account earlier in the day. But yeah, Biden is down in basically every metric. right now when it when it comes to like what's important. Like how like the most important issues Biden is polling poorly compared to Trump. Um, in head-to-head matchups, he's polling poorly. In like an open field, he's polling even worse. So what's really weird is that in many of these polls, Biden's approval rating is as bad, if not actually worse numerically than Trump's, but he's not performing as bad as his approval rating would say in those polls. And also in the same polls, Democrats have been performing incredibly well compared to the Republican counterparts in the really important Senate races recently. And also Democrats have been performing really well when it comes to special elections this election cycle, which would all point towards energy being on the Democratic side. But Biden's just getting obliterated in each and every one of these polls right now. Right now, I think he's averaging, and Gallup came out with a poll. He's averaging at like 38% approval rating. I think New York Times Siena came with a poll that like bodied him. It came out to like 37% approval rating. It was just really bad. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. I actually have no clue. I really genuinely have no clue. But what I can tell you is that what I can tell you is things are gonna get kind of crazy around here. It really is. Wait, do I need to? Oh, I need to create a channel. Wait, here we go. Or if I can get like Twitter streaming to work. How does Twitter streaming work? Does anybody know? I don't. Create your space. Yeah, I have no clue how that works. Live, you can go live. Apparently, I have no clue how. I have absolutely no clue how. Oh, oh, it's only people who pay. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, that is not happening. I'm sorry. Um, yeah, let's create title. What do you mean? Wait, I'm creating a channel. Okay. I think this is how this works. I'm trying my best. So yeah, that's where we are right now when it comes to the state of the race. A little bit worrisome for Biden. If I'm like all the forecasts show him down. A lot of the polls, really good polls too, show him down as well. Um, but he's overperforming compared to his approval rating. Will that last? I don't know. I really don't know. I have no clue what happens. By this time of the race last year, not last year, last election cycle, I had a good idea about what was going to be happening. This year, I don't. I really don't. I just don't know. I really just don't know. Like in Ohio, because in some states, okay, so we talked about it before, but some of these polls just literally cannot coexist. There was a poll that came out that showed Biden down 6 points in Texas, but also down 2 points in Virginia. And the same poll showed that, or the same poll and or other polls released around the same time also showed that Biden was down by a similar percentage point that he lost Ohio in 2020 this year in 2024, 8%, while also being down 2% in Michigan and 3% in Pennsylvania. It just doesn't make any. It literally doesn't make any sense. Some of this actually makes zero sense. None. There's some polls coming out that show Biden down 11 points in Arizona. So I don't know. What 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 we can take from all this sounds like Biden is down. He's behind. And that seems to be true. How down and how behind? I don't really know. But what I can tell you is that he probably is down and behind, and I think this debate is going to be important for him. We usually talk about how debates don't really matter that much when it comes to presidential elections and sometimes Senate elections as well, House elections. But I think it's going to be important for this election, specifically not only because a lot of people are planning on watching, but also because a lot of people have just don't believe Biden can. They believe Biden's a vegetable. Like Biden, Biden being a vegetable like idea has become completely consumed into the American zeitgeist. If Biden shows up tonight and is perfectly fine and does like okay, I'm going to tell you it's going to send people reeling. There's going to be all sorts of crazy conspiracy theories from body doubles to him being completely drugged on every single drug known to man. It's just going to be a lot of crazy stuff. But what I can tell you is that he's probably going to do fine, especially since Trump can't really interrupt him that much or as much as he really wants. So that's what we're working on right now. Oh man, good golly, a good golly. So yeah, the fact that if you believe the polls, Democrats would win back the House, 50-50 the Senate, and lose the presidency is all nonsense. Yeah, it actually just doesn't make. Well, I think they might lose the House. Like right now, the polls are saying they might lose the House, because it's a slight Republican lean in the like generic ballot right now. So I think they might lose the House, but probably but yeah, they would 50-50 the Senate, and then Trump would win, which I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. In some of these polls, they're saying Trump would win Virginia, a state that Biden won by 10 points. There is some polls saying that Trump is picking up 30% of the black vote and 45% of the Hispanic vote right now. Unless I'm just like completely wrong, I just don't believe that's even remotely possible. I don't even think it's remotely possible. It's kind of, some of these polls are a little hilarious, I will say. You know the craziest thing about it? In some of those polls, Biden will lose the black vote by Biden will be down in the black vote. And then also in some of these polls, lose the 18 to 34 or 18 to 29 demographic and then be 2 points down in the poll. It just it makes no sense. So these polls are just completely crazy right now. Um like fundraising numbers can't really tell you much. Biden, Trump went on a complete glazing tour when it comes to billionaires, and so now he's basically tied up with Biden when it comes to the amount of money that they've raised, or like amount of money they have on hand right now. So that's what we're working with right now. I really can't tell you exactly what's going to happen. And I just wanted to make a little post about it the other day because I wanted to talk to you guys about how, I really just don't, I'm really just not sure. In 2020, I was way more sure about what's going to happen. Right now, I'm completely I am at a loss. I have no clue what to tell you. Besides, more likely than not, all the polls aside, Biden is probably down to Trump a little bit, probably like a couple points right now. That that's what we're looking at right now. So yeah. Also, apparently Rumble just isn't working. It just won't let me create an account for some reason. It's just really weird. Yeah, Rumble keeps going down for me. I have no clue why. I don't know if it's like people are using Rumble a lot right now, or what's going on. But all I can tell you is that I can't load up Rumble anymore. She broke in. She broke in. How you been? I've been chilling. Nice to see you. That doesn't make any sense. Well, welcome to the landscape of polls right now. Okay. Welcome to polls. Can I pull up Real Clear Politics right now to show you, because Real Clear doesn't have any methodology. They just throw all the polls together in a pot and just give it to you. So let me show you how crazy some of these polls have been um recently. If I can pull this up. We still have 10 minutes to the start. It pulls that bitch up. What the hell? Polls election 24, Trump versus Biden. Yeah, electoral map. Yeah, so this is what we're looking at right now when it comes to just straight raw polls. Oh, whoops. My widgetos. Turn you on. not in the weird way. There you go. Boom. Alert box. Come back on. Chat. Join chat. There you go. That's a beautiful thing right there. There we go. Everything is back. Not that. Hassan is not here. Get out of here. Chat? Chat though? Bang. There we go. All right, beautiful. Roll back. Okay. So this is how just raw polls look right now. Doesn't this map look insane to you? So they're saying that Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota right now are all toss-ups, including Nebraska's second district. They're saying all of these are polling wise. They're saying all of these are toss-ups right now. And I think if you go like no, if you go no toss up, I think Biden wins like almost all of these, if not all of these. As per Real Clear Politics, like RCP electoral no toss up map. There we go. Yeah, so this is what Real Clear Politics is saying right now. This is what they think is going to happen. Just straight up when it comes to the polls, that Trump is going to win Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and get like 49% of the vote in Arizona. Sorry, in Virginia, and also pick up Georgia as well. I don't know. It's just like an insane map. These maps are genuinely crazy right now when it comes to some of these polls. But I mean, like some of these are crazy. I mean, Biden down 16 percentage points. This is actually one of his best polls, actually. Um, right now, just being down 16. In some of these polls, he's down like 23. But once again, I'm really just not too sure how it is. Right now as well, like if you take a look at this, um, these are the toss up states that they're saying right now for the Senate, for the Senate. Um, Come on, man, I can't do Senate no toss up. You're crazy. You're crazy. But let me see. Pullister scorecard. No, we don't care about that. Biden approval, presidential polls, all latest polls. Are there like state polls or like say the Union election 2024? Okay, whatever. Yeah, here's the bad one I was talking about. The Quinnipiac poll that came out recently. Biden down 4 points, 49 to 45. There's New York Times Siena. Yeah, here it is. Down 4 points, 3 points here as well. Quinnipiac, yeah, puts actually Biden down 6 points here. Crazy, genuinely insane. Some of these polls coming out, right? And also the same the same rated pollster comes out with a different pollster, but the same rated pollster comes out with a Democrats +1 on the generic ballot. Well, apparently we're supposed to believe it's a Democrats +1 environment, while also it being a Trump +6 environment. It's just, but also a bold. Oh, also I don't think Marquette's very good. I don't think Marquette's a highly rated pollster. But yeah, it's just completely crazy. Some of these polls, genuinely wild. Like this one that came out right in Nevada, Trump +7 in Nevada. In Nevada right now, really, really. Yeah, I just don't know what to tell you. So yeah, the state of the race has been kind of crazy. Biden has been having a funding lead, a donation lead for a while, all the way up until I think last month, and then Trump took the lead from him, and now Trump has a like money on hand lead. Biden has a people like feet on the ground. He has a better ground game than Trump does right now. Yeah, that's just what we got going on right now, man. It's wild. It's genuinely wild. So I think this debate's going to mean a lot for Biden. Um, to for him to be able to show that he's not literally just a vegetable, I think is going to do way more for him than some like big back and forth with Trump that I personally don't believe that he's going to engage in. So yeah, we're just gonna have to see. As a leftist, our messaging is dog shit. The left a lot to have no backbone from any. I blame the left a lot because there is no backbone from any Democrat in Congress. What do you? What? What? What do you mean by the left? Are you talking about like AOC and stuff, or you mean the left as in like John Fetterman? Here, let me see. Can I pull this up? I'm still trying to get my channel working on Rumble. Yeah, I don't know. It just won't work. It just won't let me pull up channels or anything. Yeah, when I try and go to my channels, it just deletes it just deletes my account. I can't load it. It won't let me load it. Can I upload? I can't upload a video. Yeah, they won't let me do anything. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it reads me as a bot or something, and it won't let me. So I wow, yeah, Rumble just won't work for me anymore. I don't know why. But yeah, that's what we got. All right. I'm gonna probably do. Can I do this? Let me see. Can I grab a little smidgen of you?
10 Americans didn't want this rematch that we're watching right now. That you may like some of what Joe Biden's accomplished, but you think he lacks the leadership credentials. You don't have the confidence going forward. And a Donald Trump, I hear every day from people who can't stand his character. They don't think he's a good guy, but they felt like life was better under him.
Okay, let me reload. I want to try this. I want to try and do like a pop out if possible. 5 minutes until cringe. That's true. 5 minutes until the cringe begins, chat. The countdown is on. Okay. Wait, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. So yeah, that's my opinion on what's going on. The GOP has a $1 billion propaganda machine working overtime to make Americans as stupid as possible. Yeah, Donald Trump even came out the other day to say that he wants to abolish the Department of Education. He likes the idea of like overturning Dobbs, and so he now wants to overturn the education, like the Department of Education, and send and in his mind send education back to the states. Like this guy is going to go insane if he's able to get a second term. Hey, that's crazy. Let me do a little bit of this. You know, chat. Does this work? Does this work a little bit? And then I look this way and I'm like, yes, very, very interesting. Yes. Yeah, that's fun. Listen, I've never copied anything in my life. Everything I do is original. And nothing I do is performative.
To help you, but he needs to really, really bring it tonight so that when people leave after those 90 minutes, they say, I get it. I get what the argument is, and I'm moved by that argument.
The comparative that people are making, though, and the nostalgia, as some have called it, for Trump, I think comes down to a simple thing for a lot of voters who aren't political junkies, and that is, I kind of like where the country was before COVID. If we hadn't had COVID, that would have been fine. It's over now, and I don't like what Biden is doing.
YouTube
I'd
react
just like
face.
to go back to where I was right before.
Yeah, I have no clue what you're talking about, man.
Money in my pocket. I
Listen.
could buy a house. I could buy a car, and going to the grocery store did not give me anxiety. And you know who would the president?
I did see some people. I've been seeing people say this. And chat, you tell me, okay? Because I'm a guy who goes out and buys groceries, but I hear people saying stuff like groceries are now like 60 times more expensive than they were 2 years ago. People are like, a bag of chips that I bought in like 2022 and 2024, like a bag of chips I bought for like 190 in 2022 now cost like 650 in 2024. And I just don't believe that's true. I think things have gotten more expensive, yeah, like but by like some amount. But the idea that, I don't know, I keep hearing people say this, but I've just never seen it come out to be true. I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I live in Kentucky, but like the stuff, like I feel like $100 more or less goes $100 as it did before. About the same, like close enough, honestly. It does not seem anywhere near as bad. Some people are going crazy about it though. I don't know. Maybe it's just not. Maybe it's just me. Not here in New Jersey. What in New Jersey a jug of milk costs $15 or something? Remember they were complaining about eggs? Yeah, and that Biden was going to ban meat or something. They've just been going insane. Buy the same thing almost every time in the grocery store, and it's gone up maybe $20. Like at the grocery, like your whole grocery store trip, it's gone up by like $20. I can understand that. Like if you spend $80 in like 2020, you're now spending like $100 or something, maybe like around there. Especially if you are staunchly not in the generic brand type of person, like you're like a huge I want my I want my name brand constantly. If you're that type of guy, then sure, I guess. Sure, I guess. I don't know. Once again, I could just be insulated from everything by being a Kentuckian. Who knows? Like you all on you coastal elites out there, you're probably paying a lot more for stuff. I would imagine. You always have been though. Yeah, some people are getting hysterical about it. It's kind of insane, but I don't know. I don't know. It's become such like a talking point that you can't tell people that they're wrong anymore. If you tell somebody that their grocery trip isn't $500 more than it was in like 2020, they'll like flip out on you and call you disconnected from reality, which is really funny to me. It's really interesting. No one is wrong, everyone is right. Okay, liberal. All right.
Presidential debate.
Chat, we are locked in. Are you ready? I don't have a bingo card. Do you think I should have a bingo card?
CNN International,
I never made one.
CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol.
I have no clue what's going on here, man.
Between President Joe Biden and former President.
Yes, I don't have a bingo card. I don't have one.
Nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics.
I always thought that Dana Bash didn't sound like a real name. I'm gonna be real with you. It really does not.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is...
Oh, they got 2 moderators up tonight. Chat, did you see? Some of you may not have seen, but they actually have like a mute button now. So when one person's time to talk, the other person's microphone will be muted. So there won't be as much like back and forth as there was the last 3 elections that Donald Trump has been a part of, because we can't stop this guy from... Republicans just keep running him for president over and over and over again, and they just will not quit.
Is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off.
I wonder if there's going to be...
Interrupt when his microphone is muted. He will be difficult to understand for viewers at home.
Is he going to be like... Is there going to be like open time?
Closing statements.
Is there going to be like open time where they can like talk back and forth? Or is it just like complete back and forth?
Staff are not
like,
permitted during the debate.
One's muted, the other's muted.
Our invitation to debate both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th president of...
How fast is Trump going to trail off in the nonsense? Very, very quickly. I've been watching a lot of his like interviews with like podcasts recently, and bro, he is allergic to answering questions. All right, Biden, very chill.
45th president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Trump is slumped today. Do you see that? Look at that. Oh no, they're both old. Oh, they're both sleepy. It's past their bedtime. It's 8 p.m.
Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the...
It's 9 p.m., man.
Consistently say, is their top concern the economy? President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And
okay, yeah, that's more like what I was expecting.
What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president.
Oh no, that voice.
Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you, President Trump.
Okay.
We had the greatest economy in the history.
His voice is, I don't know what's up with his voice.
We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries.
Why is he so slow?
Hit with COVID. And when we
what's going on with both of them? Wait, they're actually sleepy.
Up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for
Donald Trump. Wake up!
A bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you, President Biden.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to.
Oh, okay. Dude, they are both so slow tonight.
Into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you guys heard about this, but Trump's new idea is to tariff everyone. And so there's like a tariff economy now where the entire economy and the federal government's income base is based on
they spent money like
tariffs.
A bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into
finally somebody's talking about Trump's deficit spending. Holy crap. I feel like people just forgot about Trump's deficit spending.
Why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%.
Yeah, please tell me why you and Jeff Bezos deserve a tax cut.
With much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before. And we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it.
Now, this is a great opportunity for Biden to bring up his OPEC win, how he broke the Middle Eastern oil companies, the Middle Eastern oil countries. I'm not sure if he will. I hope he does.
And we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine one.
There was no federal mandate.
The vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you,
Biden did not say you need a vaccine to go to Walmart.
We're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world.
Is he talking about himself?
And it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in.
Andrew, thanks for the 5.
Jails and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
You're a cat, thank you.
President Trump, we will get to immigration.
Oh, and he's bringing back. It seems like he's trying to bring everything back to immigration.
I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Biden, you good?
And he's destroying Medicare.
Oh, no.
All of these people are coming in.
He lost his train of thought there at the end.
Putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security.
He's saying that he's going to destroy Social Security? Donald Trump wanted to cut Social Security. What?
He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe.
Trump tried to cut Social Security. What?
Right in the way he finished that sentence, and it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Did he even say anything?
First presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
Yeah, what he's doing is criminal, says the guy with 34 felonies.
Approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices.
Who said this? Who told him this?
And they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states.
Can you imagine being a normal person and being like, I didn't ask for them to overturn Roe?
10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, if you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was, an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that.
Did he forget what, like, he had like a thing where he was like, 3 exceptions? Oh, wait.
The life of the mother.
Oh, here we go.
Very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to
follow your heart
also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth,
they will take the life of a child after the 12th month.
He was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral.
Yo, bring up the 10-year-old from Ohio.
She was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to.
Why do you bring up immigrants?
Our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's
immigrants is blaming. He should have just skipped that and gone on how crazy conservatives have been, including in those red states when it comes to when it comes to abortion.
But they would have
spinning it off into immigration just gives him this ability to talk about it here.
Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians that the founders
Doesn't Biden have a stutter? He does.
to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision.
He's starting to warm up.
Decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrats.
Yeah, that's not what Roe v. Wade allowed.
Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's
the 9th month.
Rip the baby out of the womb
Okay.
in the 9th month and kill the baby.
The 9th month of
Nobody wants that to happen. Democrat or Republican, nobody wants it to happen.
The 56th month of pregnancy, the baby is ripped out of the womb.
The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think
that's just not true.
Radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number.
Ooh, him not being able to respond to that's actually crazy.
Southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states. And
yeah, Biden actually warmed up. I'm not gonna lie.
In Chicago, and in some
if he
cases,
can continue on with this, it'd be better.
Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure they were...
It's good to remind people of his family separation policy.
What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
Why didn't he bring up the fact that Biden... Why didn't
he knows what he said either. Look.
The sentence was perfectly fine, actually. Why in the world did he not bring up the fact that Trump sunk that immigration bill? I'm glad that the immigration bill didn't go through. It was a horrible bill. It was a horribly conservative bill. But Trump sunk that bill. Why would he not bring this up?
Terrorists. We have the largest.
He took a week to. He took a week to prepare.
Not just in South America, all over the world.
He should absolutely hit him on this.
Everywhere, all over the world.
It's not even my talking point. It's their talking point.
This guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him.
Why they both sound like 100? Did you call him Brandon?
Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people.
Why they both sound 100? They are both 100.
President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in America.
Man, he really didn't bring up the fact that Trump sunk an immigration bill?
Documented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs,
wow.
including those whose spouses...
Why is he just letting him get away with it?
And including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists
Soleimani?
in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything.
Had a huge impact on everything.
He's
we
the
killed
one that
3
killed people.
We did kill 3 Americans.
Including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border.
We don't have
Because
borders.
of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens.
Biden sounds weak. They both sound pretty... Well, they both sound old right now.
I call it Biden.
They both have moments where they like come up. Like right now, Trump's better.
We've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like them.
You cut the VA!
And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines.
Suckers and losers. Not that he says that all the time, actually. Yeah, he nodded. He was like, yeah, I remember that.
People that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up.
Oh, no.
51 intelligence agents are made up.
No, he's bringing it back.
Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51
economists are talking?
Said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't.
Now he's bringing up the laptop now?
It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy.
I actually don't think Trump did very well on that. I'm going to be honest.
Against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump, Russian
No, I've never heard him actually answer a question on this, so let's see.
And this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them.
A 30-minute mark right now.
Based on every single bit of information. As far
Oh, wow, the old Biden's back. Look at the smile.
If we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible, embarrassing.
Back to Afghanistan. Yeah, he really can't answer the question.
That when Putin watched.
Oh yeah, him like please Biden bring up him withholding military aid from Ukraine. Biden.
So he's got no.
If you can listen to, if you can hear me, Biden.
Those generals, no general got fired.
His impeachment.
Embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, "You know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take my." This was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out.
Oh, and then he brings it back. Wow, he really has like a set like dialogue tree.
That's why you had no terror.
Every time he's actually asked this question, he always brings it back to Iran.
The whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where...
Oh my gosh, he did say that. I didn't remember that. Yeah, American soldiers got brain damage, and Donald Trump just said that he had headaches.
Do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv, and he in fact didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done, and they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to the original question, which
good Lord, please bring up his impeachment.
Keeping the territory in Ukraine.
And him like withholding Ukrainian aid.
That never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And
Biden's face is funny. He looks disgusted.
I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden,
I'll get it settled fast.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people, and he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, All that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking
I can't believe he didn't.
Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response...
They're both actually sucking ass.
...and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone from
leverage.
The United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis, and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard.
That's a lie.
Accept. In the meantime,
Netanyahu definitely wants the war to continue.
In Israel, we're trying to say the only thing...
Because he's a criminal in Israel.
Was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second.
Just like a normie, that's a big normie answer. I think it's a fine answer.
Nations together
for normies
have spent $100 billion or maybe more.
Come back to Ukraine.
Less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't.
That is not true.
Gone out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has
millions and
impact
billions
on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden.
What?
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO.
It's so crazy because Donald Trump said something true for the first time in his life, but then turned it around to say something insane right after.
Ever able to avoid
Netanyahu does want more war. Biden is absolutely not a Palestinian. What?
Putin continue to go into NATO. We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
Oh, that's actually a good question.
But before we do that,
I'd have to see.
The problem we have.
I don't know, maybe.
Spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, no, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time?
I don't think he should be revealing this information in a debate.
If you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6th.
Why did he not? Why in the world did he not bring up
some of them stormed the Capitol to stop
his impeachment
mandated counting of electoral votes
and trying to get information on him
to, quote, preserve, protect,
from Zelensky,
defend, unquote, the Constitution? What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border.
Oh, here we go.
Coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible.
These are the same exact talking points that we've
you'll be talking about
that he's using that he used in 2016. He's just like rolling out the same book.
You have 80 seconds left.
And he said nothing.
What do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Oh, finally asking the question again.
Anybody? I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago,
finally an answer.
On tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say.
Filmmaker.
But she's saying,
okay,
oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of, in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming.
What the hell is he talking about?
Feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Whoops.
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his
That is true.
Republican side as well, to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they've talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
It's good that they bring up the bloodbath comment.
Some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they
is he bringing up the BLM protest that happened under his presidency as Donald Trump's fault? Sorry,
that city would have been destroyed.
As Joe Biden's fault?
All of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about
not him spinning 2020.
so peacefully patriotic. One other thing. the unselect committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, he isn't.
Not him looking down after that.
Simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, the debates we had first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted
wasn't too bad.
of 34 felonies last month, you said if
the felonies.
elected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is
Failing
going to be
nation, okay.
success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted.
Very high level?
Before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations.
Me, the high-level felon.
Things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things.
Hunter is not running for president?
Horrible things. All of the death caused at the border. Telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky.
Oh my gosh. Why did
nothing wrong?
Why did Trump bring up what he was impeached for before Biden did?
President Trump, President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the more.
Call him finally, call him what he is, a rapist.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official at DOJ into the Manhattan DA.
I'm telling you, Joe Biden needs to bring up the fact that Mar-a-Lago is right next door to Epstein's house in Florida.
Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil
Oh, bring up how he's on Epstein's flight logs, too. Why not?
I thought it was going to damage me, but when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are, but when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes, the more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq because of Iraq.
Finally bringing up those quotes. Those are nasty.
Oh, it happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones that got killed, the one that tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when
Story's been wiped out.
It said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville.
Is this like a premise to back out of the next debates from Trump?
All over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that. And he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about, fabricated. We saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more
All right.
from the CNN presidential debate.
Okay. I think there's some real problems with Biden's debate strategy. Outside of everybody's going to talk about like that time Biden, like earlier in the debate, Biden it seemed like he lost his train of thought there for a moment. And there were some times when he was slower. He's definitely come back up a bit. And Trump is also having some really slow moments. I'm going to be honest with you. They're both pretty slow. Biden is absolutely fucked. Trump is going to win. I don't really think that's the case right now. Biden's how I was like mostly expecting. The worst thing about it is honestly like his raspy voice, and sometimes he stutters. But that's kind of like what I was expecting. Like he was going to be slow. I wasn't expecting his voice to be so raspy. His voice usually isn't this raspy. I'm not sure what happened. Honestly, he's pulling maybe he's trying to pretend to be RFK for a moment, so to pull like some of those voters back. In those polls, just kind of do that. But yeah, there were some real holes in Biden's debate strategy. I'm going to be honest with you. Not bringing up Trump withholding military funds from Ukraine, which was part of the impetus to for Putin to be able to invade Ukraine, specifically because he thought that Ukraine's links to the West were so low and weak that he could be able to invade them without the West doing too much about it. Like the wars that we're seeing here in the Middle East are a product of Donald Trump's presidency as well. And what sucks about it is that Biden has to suck Netanyahu's dick so hard he can't come out and say that when Donald Trump moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, it is one of the stated reasons for why Hamas wanted to attack Israel. And then you can go on and wanted to go on and say that like even it's wrong and there's no Jew should ever be put under threat of like radical Islamic terrorism, right? Which is true. But then you like at least bring it up. At least bring it up. There's also something else. What I brought up something earlier that I missed. Oh yeah, like the fact that he didn't bring up Donald Trump sinking the immigration bill that he worked on. The immigration bill that even conservatives said was something that they couldn't even possibly dream of. Something that they didn't think even Donald Trump might be able to pass. Like that was his bill. Why didn't he bring that up? It just seems kind of ridiculous, especially since there are definitely things that he could have cut to put that in there instead. I like bring it up at least at all. Like the immigration topic is already over. It just doesn't really make any sense. He literally sunk that immigration bill to make immigration in the country worse, and hoping that an immigrant would come into the country and kill someone, so he could use that American's dead body as a scarecrow, from people voting for Biden in November. Like that's such an insane thing if you're like such like big immigration people like this, but the idea that you didn't bring it up is just kind of wild to me. Donald Trump finally being forced to answer some of these questions, I think is pretty good. And he did just about as well as I expected him to dance around those questions and give like really kind of stupid answers. They're just going to be like, when I was president, good things were good and bad things were bad. There were millions and billions of people around the world who believed that the good things were good. But then this guy came in and then the good became bad. And I want to make the good gooder again. It's just, it's just stupid. It's just stupid, honestly. But, we're just going to have to see.
In a second term, President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related.
Everybody will be shouted out at the end.
And black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses.
And the stuttering is getting worse.
That, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We're going to make sure we provide for child care costs. We've got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home.
That's actually pretty cool.
It started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled. and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He causes
Blacks and Hispanics aren't living anymore.
a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money.
Is he bring up the Green New Deal?
He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there.
Well, he's actually stuck in 2020.
That his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President
What?
Biden.
You're going to see something that's been, what?
When I became president, you know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again. And they're going to try again if they win.
What are you shaking your head? You ran on eliminating the ACA.
That we're not doing any. We put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on. But in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest.
Donald Trump accidentally posted his debate talking points about climate. It's really funny.
Intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group.
He always talks about himself in the third person. It's so weird.
Population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the history,
I think that was more of that's a Hillary. Does he think he's running against Hillary?
Where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job.
Thank you, Tim.
From South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs.
Oh, and then immigration again?
And
you're taking our jobs?
Anything yet. It's a disaster.
You haven't seen anything yet.
Left, President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want
this was a climate question.
Clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best.
We had H2O
ever, and we were using all.
We had H2O.
Energy, all forms, everything.
We had O2.
During my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever, and my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage. Actually,
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they lied to you, bro.
The idea that anything he said is true. I passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing what any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He must undo all that I've done.
Biden has done a whole lot for climate action.
It cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia.
The Paris Climate Accord is not. It doesn't cost money.
United States.
It's actually just a promise.
And
it's a pinky
I ended
promise.
it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly.
You want to waste money on the environment. Okay.
Nobody else was paying into it, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security.
He actually can't get off of immigration, huh? Medicare, what? Where did that come from?
We, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people who learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea,
I think it's Jover. No, I don't think so personally. But we'll talk about this after.
Concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Now,
That's good.
everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. The only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where I talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years.
This side of the equation?
I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face about so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country. And
back to immigration.
Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing. And
how is he gonna?
It's really coming back.
He really can't talk about anything else besides immigrants living in luxury hotels.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back,
immigration.
Got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired.
Guys, remember, my catchphrase is "you fired." I love firing. Please, guys, remember.
Horror show.
I'm the "you fired" guy.
Embarrassing moment
Me.
in the history of our country.
You fired. That's me.
Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border? That's allowed.
Yeah, I don't do my favorite. I don't do my popular catchphrase for free. Okay, maybe one time I can do it for free. You fired.
From prisons, many from.
Maybe I can do it for free again. You fired.
Fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed. I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed
and immigration again,
to pick up those people as voters, and
he's doing great replacement.
Let it happen. If he wins this election,
Donald Trump is doing great replacement in a debate.
Not even a chance of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men.
Remember, this was a child care question.
We should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given an
okay, we have other things.
I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever
better than Lincoln, better than Washington.
Like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire, so everybody, including the 2 of you, are going to pay 4 to 5.
Just so you know, they've already expired.
All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians.
He doesn't even know his own tax cuts have expired. So right now,
taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that were imported. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions.
Oh, Biden woke up a little bit there. That one was pretty good.
In your first term, the opioid crisis, and for both of you,
the opioids.
The number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction?
I thought this debate was only going to be 30 minutes.
Treatment they need.
Much longer than I expected.
We now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest.
Is that not actually true right now?
He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China.
Oh my gosh,
so I think he's afraid to deal with them. But do you notice
he's pulling up Hillary Clinton quotes
because we bring in so much money with the tariffs.
I don't even think he knows what that means.
He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous, and we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come. But he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country.
What are they doing?
Us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we're doing very well at addiction.
China's doing things, Joe. And if they keep doing things, things are bad.
Like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog. That's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women.
Just so you know, this is an opioid question
worst thing I've ever
right
seen.
now.
At numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal.
Oh my gosh, is he finally going to tell him, say that he sunk the deal?
Be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, "Don't do it. It's going."
Oh my gosh!
No, he never argued it's not a good bill.
Finally!
It's a really good bill. We need those.
Oh,
machines.
finally!
We need those machines.
He did it!
It's coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl, and Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about...
he should have just hammered him on the fact that he sunk that bill.
Because this does pertain to it. He ended remain in Mexico.
It's just, how does it?
He ended catch and release. I made it.
Hammer him, destroy him.
Catch and release.
Every time immigration comes out of his mouth, hit him with the fact that he sunk the bill.
With Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought off a lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those.
CHIPS Act was pretty good. I'm going to be honest.
Because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it.
I'm the biggest brain boy.
I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it.
Dude, you were president. You don't have to bring up golfing.
Challenge me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
He's like, are you competent at being president? I played golf once. Dude, you were already president. Just bring up something you already did.
A little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden.
What?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is.
He's like, bro, he's kind of fat.
Driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I had, you know how many.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn
Let's not act like children.
to a specific concern that voters have about you.
Also, why do you bring up handicap?
That once all legal challenges.
What's a 6 handicap?
That you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president.
He indicted me.
I'd rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation.
Make America great again.
And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing.
Kim Jong-un.
Gentlemen, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up.
I think he should have really brought up how Trump completely failed when it came to North Korea, and they kept shooting off missiles.
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. You're not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless?
He's just completely talking about something different.
If it's a fair...
And also, he's still never been able to substantiate that in any way. Just like, I'm friends with Putin, so he wouldn't attack Ukraine. I'd say pretty please.
Everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace.
Yeah, he still can't answer the question.
No indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
What are you talking? What is he even talking about?
When this election is over, let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything?
Former president, you're a bitch.
Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
All right. Man, we should be getting into like closing statements sometime soon. I really don't think Biden should like engage in back and forths. In my personal opinion, it just doesn't seem like it's just not really worth it. Really, you can let just Trump ramble on by himself. I don't think like they're like, I think Biden got some good clips here. Trump, I mean, I think maybe Trump got like a clip or two, honestly. Like possibly, but he didn't really hit him on anything like super hard. He was like, inflation was bad. He kept bringing up immigration. For people who care a lot about immigration at the moment, they may like some things about immigration there. That he brought up, but Biden didn't sound too well. I heard I'm looking at Twitter right now. Well, like his voice specifically didn't sound too well. They're like, I guess some people from the administration are like, listen, he has a cold. He's got a cold. But yeah, I don't know. They're both like no energy. They're both like really no energy. Not voting Biden anymore? Why? What's wrong with you? I'm gonna be real. I like his, yeah, I mean, a lot of people thought that he was gonna like just completely fall apart. And I really don't think he fell apart, if I'm gonna be honest with you, in this debate so far. I think he's had really slow moments, and I think he's stuttered and he's like kind of spun off a little bit when he got cut off with some questions. There was that once again, there was that one time at the beginning of the debate where it seemed like he lost his thought, but like lost his train of thought. But no, I don't think it was like too bad. I think they both kind of suck. Like, I don't think Trump's doing, I don't know. You guys can tell me, but I don't think Trump's doing really well in this debate. He's not really answering many questions. He's super vague on a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Biden for like as old as he looks and as old as he's talking, which he is, he's bringing up a lot of, he's able to rattle off a decent amount of like talking points when it comes to specific policy that he wants to get done. Donald Trump can't say any of that. Donald Trump said nothing when it comes to policy on when it comes to foreign. Donald Trump said nothing when it comes to foreign policy at all. It's all close the border. Like what policy has Donald Trump talked about besides he wants to close the border and he wants to cut taxes and he wants to bump up tariffs, like cut taxes to almost nothing for rich people, bump up tariffs, and be friends with everyone. Yeah. Yeah, be friends with all of our like foreign geopolitical rivals. And that's why they totally won't invade or anything, and that's why they like nothing. It's just nothing. And he also brought up great replacement. Like I feel like people are just letting that go, that Donald Trump is literally bringing up the great replacement conspiracy, like the white nationalist great replacement conspiracy theory live in this debate. Like I feel like people just kind of forgot about that. Like people need to bring that up. The fact that he was like, the Democrats are bringing immigrants into the country to replace the population with voters. What?
Determined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Is he going to talk about immigration the whole time?
Politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and...
Oh my gosh.
Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville.
Rioting?
This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history.
We're exploding.
The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get, when you're terminally ill, Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what?
You can get space-age materials?
It's an incredible choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
All right. Well, that seems to be the debate. You're gonna do more or something? All right. Yeah, they're vibing right now. All right, chat. All right, chat. Do you think there's any winner in this debate? Do you think anybody's going to call anybody a winner in this debate? It wasn't really a debate. Nope, we all lost. I want to see the exit polls. I think Biden didn't come off well when it came to his age, but well, when it came to him being like sounding old, yeah, like that wasn't good. Like he needs to sound less old if he can. But when it comes to like the stuff that he actually said, like the things Biden actually said on stage, he blew Trump out of the water with a lot of the things that he said on specific points, like the back and forths. Trump didn't have many answers for a lot of things that he said, like, especially when he was hitting on the like the troops and stuff as well. Trump didn't have much to say specifically when it came to troops. When it came to veterans, he just didn't really have much. He was like, the veterans like me, you can get space aged material now and go to a different country. But Biden was able to talk about things like expanding the VA and getting millions of veterans off the street. Trump is just like, yeah, veterans would definitely love me and everything. When it comes to things that were actually said, I think Biden did pretty well. It seems like Trump's whole thing is going to like beat the drum, like immigration, which I think did do very well for him beforehand. Like before he was like earlier in the year when immigration was a much bigger talking point and a much bigger sticking point in people's minds. As immigration has subsided, people's worries about immigration have subsided, and that talking point has become a lot less salient to people, honestly. And the fact that he brought up like actual terrorists came over the border and did actually kill people during Donald Trump's office, but not during his. I mean, I think that says something, right? But when it comes to being old, like who's old? Like I think Biden, I don't think Biden did very well when it came to not being seen as a geezer. He was definitely geezerly up there, definitely geezerly. But I don't think there was a point in which Donald Trump really won anything. Like if you think so, let me know. Biden just had no energy. That's true, but also I felt like it wasn't as bad because Trump had like no energy either. He wasn't like the Trump that people remember, you know, like the loud braggadocious. It was not anything like the Clinton Trump, like the Clinton debate Trump, or even the original Biden Trump debate. Like the fact that he tried to go from the loud like the loud, annoying, obnoxious, like always in people's faces, always cutting people off Trump, to the let's not have a back and forth. Let's not be children. Biden, let's not be children. What? Like anybody's going to believe that. Like anybody's really going to believe that. I can definitely see how people can be concerned about Biden's performance tonight, but the performance tonight is specifically on whether or not he seems old. And if he tried to make himself seem like not really old, like I don't think that really works. If he seemed to make it, if he wanted to make himself seem like he's not like completely like he's like his brain is dementia riddled, he can't hold a conversation, He can't talk. I don't think that's. I just don't think that's true. It doesn't seem. I don't believe that seems true at all personally. When it comes specifically to what was said in the debate, Biden Biden completely beat Trump um handily. When it came to being like not seeming old or not seeming old, I think probably Trump won on that. But you know, we're just gonna have to see. I can see people saying that Trump won. I feel like what this will do is it'll confirm a lot of people's feelings that Biden is old, but I feel like it will also, and we're just gonna have to see because this is just my speculation at the moment. I feel like it confirms that people think that Biden's old. He is old. There's no getting out of that. Like he is geezer, and he rambled sometimes there. But when it comes specifically to what he said, there's a lot of things that you can take away from there that you're like, yeah, like that was pretty. That's a good actual policy point. And what you get from Trump is the nation is on fire. Everything is the nation's on fire. Everything is terrible. You're 2 seconds from getting raped by an immigrant right now. Yeah, it's the same. It's like the Trump same old, same old. He really didn't bring anything. He really didn't bring anything new. Honestly, and the fact that in the kind of middle of the debate where he had to fend off a lot of the stuff, a lot of the like allegations or and like problems from his original presidency. I feel like bringing that back up, and I really think Biden should have done it more. Like problems from his original presidency, that people forgot because people like once a president's out of office for long enough, you forget. You just kind of forget what he's done. You forget what they're doing. You forget what they believe, right? But yeah, I don't think Biden took any. Like once again, chat. You tell me. I don't believe Biden took any really hard like debate hits from Trump when it comes to specific like policy things that they've done, records in office. That didn't seem like the case. I think this entire debate is going to center completely around whether or not you think Biden has dementia or not, right? And I feel like if you have that conversation with somebody, I don't really think they can bring up. I don't really think that they can make a good argument that Biden is just completely mentally gone. Specifically, the fact that he was able to hold, like the fact, like people thought that he couldn't like hold prolonged, prolonged sentences, and he could. Absolutely, there's a large part of the debate where he absolutely could. He was able to stick on his talking points a decent amount. Like sometimes he forgot specific things, but I think he walked more than he stumbled for most of this debate. But I feel like a lot of people are going to stick. My thing is, I feel like a lot of people are going to remember some of the stumbles that he had on a decent amount of that stuff. But yeah. But yeah, chat. You tell me. Trump also has dementia and is evil if Biden has dementia. Yeah, okay, chat. Tell me what you think about this debate. I see a lot of people just talking about right now. I'm just seeing a lot of people just talking about Trump. But I just see a lot of people talking about Biden. They're like Biden seems old. But outside of that, I don't see. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Biden's trying to prove he's capable. Media overreacting. Nothing will change. Some people say. I see a lot of people saying that Biden must be replaced. It's Jover. I see some people saying it was a disaster. I really don't think it was a disaster. Trump looked bad, always being one question behind and could never answer the question fully. Yeah, they always had to like bring back like Trump. This is what the actual question was about, dog. Biden did all right. I think Biden bad man, bad. Okay. My opinions. My options November is evil dementia versus normal dementia. I don't know. Let's hear. Let me ask you, chat. Did Biden seem? Do you think that Biden seemed mentally unfit? Like he just can't. He can't hold conversations. He can't make decisions. Yeah, kinda. You really think so? I'm trusting with my car keys. Good lord. Um, he sounded worse than the State of the Union. He did sound worse than the State of the Union. State of the Union. He was stuttering a decent amount. Gotta catch him at like 11 a.m. You're so right. Not really. Since he answered. Not really since he actually answered the questions. That's what I'm saying. He's immensely fit, but he's on the edge. Well, here, let's do this. Chat. One, if you think he sounded just genuinely mentally unfit. Two, if you think he sounded fit, but still old.
Based and red pilled?
Basically what I'm asking is that if I don't know, there's like a genuine problem, do you think Biden could be able to remember that there was a problem yesterday? And it seems so. He brought up a lot of stuff. I personally think so. I personally think so. But we're just gonna have to see how this all shakes out. Because we're so screwed. I see a lot of people being like, we're so screwed. I'm personally surprised. I think a lot of people, the only thing they were really looking for in this debate, like outside of anything, I don't even think Trump was even like that big of a sticking point in the debate. I think the debate was just like, if you listen to the whole thing, do you think that Biden is like too super old? If he's like too super old. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see. I personally, I didn't feel that way. I felt like he was old, and I felt like he stutters, and sometimes he like trails off. When it comes to like the actual things that he said, being able to remember shit, Biden didn't seem like he wasn't capable of doing that at all. But some people were simply just watching for, does Biden seem old to me? And that's just like gonna be the vibes of it, unfortunately. But yeah, this seemed like just to be the case. I can see how people would say that Biden didn't do too well. Did he do bad enough for it to like matter? I feel like some people who are looking for him to prove that he's not just like completely stupid, I feel like they got what they wanted. But for the people who already think that like, oh my gosh, he has dementia, he's fucking great, he's completely lost it, I feel like that could be solidified, which is unfortunate. 2024 Trump is slow. Chad, did you notice that 2024 Trump is quite slow? I saw him walking down the stairs to Trump Force One or whatever, the Trump plane, and I was like, guy's moving kind of slow. He has never run in his life, but yeah, bro was slow. Like I think he picked it up a little bit more, like kind of nearing the end, but Biden didn't have any terrible gaffe. I think he had one that people would stick on. I think the one terrible gaffe was like I said during the beginning, where he lost his train of thought. I feel like that didn't look very good to people. And there were times where he like had a point and then he stuttered for a moment, and then he like and then he brought it back and then went again. I feel like that'll stick in some people's minds. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see, honestly, what exactly happens. My personal opinion is I really don't feel like he did that bad. But he's definitely old. He's 100% old and slower. But yeah. I mean, I want to see what happens in the future. I want to see what a lot of people's reactions to this will be tomorrow. I see one thing I'm seeing is a lot of people, like some Biden fans, Republicans against Trump, actually. Republicans against Trump actually wrote, "We're so screwed." There are articles like Biden face planted. Right now, yeah, there's some articles like Biden completely face planted against Trump. It seems like some people in MSNBC are like, "Whoa, this guy's kind of old." Yeah, let's see. I got a couple of I got a couple of Biden loyalists here in in like a single list on my Twitter. I'll take a look at some of this stuff. Also, in one moment, we're gonna be shouting at everybody out who donated. I appreciate all of you for donating. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you. Okay, let me see. There's Brooklyn Dad. Remember that guy? Paid DNC guy. Trump told a lot of lies tonight. I've lost count of how many, but one of the biggest things is he is the worst president ever. That's true. Trump refuses to say he'll accept the results of the 2024 election. That seems true. Final moments of the debate were extremely awkward. Aaron Rupar, big Trump guy. Aaron Rupar, big Trump guy. Sorry, Aaron Rupar, big Biden guy. Sorry. Huge Biden guy. Aaron Rupar. A Twitter journalist extraordinaire. He wrote, Biden-Trump debate is over. If you're notable moments. He said the final moments were awkward. They did not shake hands. Biden's response to a question about what he says people do feel are worse off. What people say that they're worse off with him as the president. Trump just begins to lie instantly. There was a bad moment for Biden where he where he definitely stuttered and lost his train of thought there. I think people are going to remember that one. But I really don't. I think that a lot of people who are like betting on Biden's downfall don't have as many clips as they were really hoping for here. And I don't think Trump really reached out to any new voters with any of this, honestly, because he didn't have any answers to any questions. Honestly. Yeah, Trump accused Biden of murdering babies too. Yeah. Can you play 2017 was a fever dream song? Really show the things Trump did. Wait, not right now. But I really but yeah, that's a good idea. Trump did fumble the abortion section. Yeah, 100%. I think Trump lost on decent points. I think he lost the abortion one. When it comes to, I think when it comes to inflation, the fact that the moderators actually brought up the fact that that Trump did more deficit spending and ballooned the deficit and added to the what's it called? I'm forgetting the word. Maybe I have dementia now. Oh no, I'm stuttering. He added to the national debt more than Biden did. I think that'll stick into a lot of people's heads. In my personal opinion, that's my personal opinion. He didn't say really anything. He really should have hit. I can't believe he didn't hit Biden. I can't believe Biden didn't hit Trump on his impeachment. I don't think Biden said the word impeachment at all this debate. There were so many places where Biden could have just absolutely just clobbered Trump, just obliterated Trump. Like on the fact that he's like, oh, like Ukraine would have never get invaded with me. I'm besties with Putin. I would have asked him to not do it. When he literally cut Ukraine's defense like shipments to bribe Zelensky into getting information on Biden during the 2020 election. That's crazy. And he was impeached for it, bipartisan as well. The fact that wasn't brought up is just insane to me, honestly. Genuinely fucking crazy. Biden did okay on January 6th. Trump now is using Republican talking points. Trump literally during the immigration part literally brought up the Great Replacement, like white supremacist Great Replacement theory. I have yet to hear anybody say that, and I think that's it's gonna make me mad. This is actually going to make me mad. How he's now going to be bringing back Great Replacement, and everybody's just quiet about it. He literally said that Biden's letting illegals into the country to turn them into voters to dilute the American vote population. This guy's fucking insane. That was the same ideology for the Christchurch shooting. That was the same ideology for so many mass shootings that happened even under his presidency. And he has the gall to bring that up? Genuinely? He has the gall to say something like that, and Biden didn't hit him on it either. And Biden didn't hit it, and nobody's talking about it. Do they just not fucking care anymore? I don't know. It's just wild to me. So yeah. I think he should have hit him harder on election interference. There was definitely times where he could have hit him much harder on election interference. Honestly, yeah, personally, that seems to be the case. Republicans against Trump did a poll right now, 10,000 votes as we speak. The options are who won, no one, Biden, Trump. The first option with 53%, no one. Biden with 28%, Trump with 18%. So it seems like people who are already in like kind of the Biden camp either believe that no one won and it was just kind of and not much happened, or Biden won. It seemed like 28% thinks Biden won, 53% think no one won, 18% thinks Trump won. So that's what we're looking at right now. Trump has like Biden up 10 points in that little poll right there that I see on Twitter. Trump, all the things I've done, nobody has ever seen things like it, even from a medical standpoint. Right to try where you can try space age materials instead of going to Asia. Like, yeah, I don't know. It just seems Trump was kind of crazy. Biden was old. Trump was kind of crazy on this one. Oh yeah, Trump was taking credit for the VA choice again. That's something that that's something that Obama actually signed into office. Trump didn't actually do that. So yeah, we're just gonna have to see. Trump is old. But here, let me take a moment to thank everybody. Somebody who subscribed with a tier 2 subscription. I wasn't able to see. Wait, one moment. Somebody subscribed with a tier 2. I didn't catch that. But thank you, whoever subscribed to a tier 2 on the website. Join the frenzy, being so incredibly pog. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sake Tanuki, with the 5 gifted subs on the website. Thank you so much for helping other people, for doing the real white replacement in site chat. Thank you so much for that. Compensation for for both of our pain. Yeah, that was a wild debate. Yeah, the debate was painful. Yeah. I definitely wanted Biden to do better, but when it comes to specifically what they said, I don't think Biden. When it comes to specifically what was said, Biden overperformed Trump. When it comes to who looks super old, like who looks older, Trump won. So as this race like gets closer in the last 4 months, we're just going to have to see what people really care about. Like, as both of these guys are almost exactly the same age, but Biden looks older. But Biden actually has things to say when he's asked questions about like what's actually due in pertaining to the country, and Donald Trump is just like, them filthy illegals are raping people. Yeah, we're just gonna have to see. It's about 4 months, 4+ months out. There's still a lot of race left to go. Okay, so let me thank a lot of people from YouTube and Twitch. I really appreciate you for this. Okay. Merwolf Moon, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate you for that. No, man, nothing to say. Just subbed and loved. Andrew Alt, thank you so much for the $5 tip. I really appreciate you. 10% tariff is a 10% tax on the consumer. Yes. But Trump actually still genuinely believes that a tariff is something that the other country pays and not you when you're in the country. So if Trump is actually able to get in office again and try to do his like tariffs and tax cut thing, the country will actually blow up. The government will actually completely fall apart. And that's his new like outside of even Project 2025, his new pet project is to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy and businesses, cut taxes for the ultra wealthy and businesses, and then drop tariffs on everything. and that's the way that they want to make that's the way he thinks the government should make its money. And I cannot exaggerate how bad this will be for your average person. How like he's effectively not only levying a 10% tax on like every person. It's a 10% tax on everything. Every time you buy something, there's a new 10% tax basically on top of it. It's genuinely insane. Kira Cat, thank you so much for the 21 months in a row. Really appreciate you. Also, this is painful already. Yeah, I cannot lie about that. Thank you so much, Silhouetted Animator, for the 199. This debate is legit depressing. I don't like it very much. Eric, what? How do you pronounce that name? Eric Syrian? I think that's how I pronounce it. Let me know if I'm butchering your name, bestie. Thank you so much for the 199. Sorry, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Cheer 100. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you. Andrew Alt with a $5 tip again. Thank you. Whatever you say about Joe Biden and this debate, at least Biden is staying on topic and not rambling off topic like Trump. Yeah, I think that, okay, so my thing is that I feel like Biden's stuttering and geezerly appearance will definitely stick in people's minds. But I also think that's going to be left with Donald Trump not really being able to answer any questions on basically anything. And I feel like if the Biden team can stick on that, I really feel like it's going to be when I feel like what's going to happen, and this is just my personal opinion. This is my estimation about what's going to happen, okay? My estimation. What I believe is going to happen is that there's going to be still a lot of doubts and maybe even more solidified doubts about Joe Biden's mental acuity. But when it comes to, but when the election comes and then people are like, who are you gonna vote for? When like the full plates about what the two candidates want to do is there, I feel like people at the end will break for Biden. And I've been saying this for a while, and I'm gonna keep, and I keep to it. I think at the end people will break for Biden. Because Donald Trump's fucking crazy. And like you got like a crazy person or like an old guy. Like a crazy person with terrible policy or an old guy with good policy. And I feel like that's what a lot of people will think of at the end if a couple of other things happen. If like the wars don't get worse and already Israel is really trying to invade Lebanon right now, so we'll see about that. Netanyahu's thinking about invading fucking Lebanon right now, so we'll see. But if like Israel and Gaza has a ceasefire, if Israel and Gaza has a ceasefire at the end, and the fighting in Ukraine has slowed down a lot. I feel like a lot. Okay, chat, you tell me. I feel like a lot of people forgot about Ukraine. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I feel like a lot of people simply just forgot about, like, they don't even think about the war in Ukraine going on right now. Like I didn't even think it comes up in people's heads. So I think Israel and Gaza is definitely way more like pertinent in people's minds. But even unfortunately, I think a lot of people are starting to forget about that too. But the war's on its like 9th month right now. But when it comes to like Ukraine, I feel like a lot of people just kind of forgot. Really, I'm not sure what else we can really do there. I disagree. People are not going to want to vote for someone who can't even speak in public and is not handling the country well. Well, here's the thing, right? Well, here's the thing. Even though I think that's, for one, I agree with you. The thing is that what I'm saying is that Biden didn't do so terribly that I believe he's going to, like, his campaign's going to implode. I think it's solidified in people's minds that he's definitely old. But what I'm saying is that, and this is something that, and you can check that community post that I made before the debate. I said that a couple things need to improve for Biden to win this election. And I don't think it's very much. Wars need to get better. Inflation needs to go down. Immigration needs to go down. Inflation needs to be further back in people's minds. And and things need to just be kind of stable. If that happens, I think Biden's approval rating will not jump up. I think Biden's approval rating will creep up, because what he needs right now, and I've said it before, and I've looked through a lot of the methodology for like past presidents and everything. What Biden really needs is just a couple more percentage points, just nationally, to be able to just make it over the top of to top Trump, to put it one way. He just needs to make it up a couple more points. And so if he can do that, I don't believe Trump has a path to victory in this election, specifically because I don't believe that Biden is so far down in a lot of those swing states that he's like 10 points behind in like Michigan. Some polls want to come out with. I believe he's down maybe 2 points that a lot of polls are coming out with. Like maybe hovering around there with a lot of undecideds. But when it comes to like the actual election, when it comes by, I feel like if things just even modestly improve for Biden, I don't think Trump has a path to victory in a lot of those states. Even if Biden loses some support, because even though a lot of people want to bring up the fact that 2020 was a super close election, I don't believe it's as close as a lot of people say that it was. Biden won by 150,000 votes in Michigan, 60,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 30,000 votes in Wisconsin, and he could have lost every single other state that he won, like those other like battleground states, and he still would have won, right? Like you bring up Georgia, I don't give a shit about Georgia. He doesn't need to win Georgia. He doesn't need to win Georgia. He doesn't need to win Arizona. He doesn't even need to win Nevada. I believe so, if I remember correctly. He could lose all three of those, and as long as he picks up the Rust Belt, I think it'll be 270 to 268, right? And so if that's the case, and I don't believe that he's going to lose Nevada, personally. I believe he's going to win. I think it's a lock right now that he's going to win Michigan. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm just a guy at the end of the day. Pennsylvania is up in the air, and Wisconsin is up in the air, but Wisconsin's closer on his side than Pennsylvania is. Pennsylvania's always been to the right. Well, at least for a while. Pennsylvania's been to the right of Wisconsin and Michigan for quite some time. You see his black church. Yeah, his black church attendance was crazy. Especially on the black like you know, when it comes to black people, right? I feel like Biden did way better on that specifically than Trump did. Trump is just like, he just brought it back to immigration. He's like, all these Hispanics coming into the country and they're taking their jobs. They're taking black jobs. The blacks don't like that. Now, do you? Blacks hate that shit. I don't know. Biden actually was able to talk on like a couple different things, specifically when it comes to childcare and HBCUs and black businesses. Trump didn't bring up any of that stuff. He just was like, immigration's bad. I cut immigration, and the immigration go down, country get better, really. Yeah, I feel like if his voice wasn't so raspy, I feel like he would have done a whole lot better. I have no clue why he was so raspy. We heard him talk like the week prior, and he wasn't that raspy. I listened to in a radio appearance that he had like 2 weeks ago. He was not that raspy. So yeah, maybe he's just sick. Maybe he is actually sick. He was definitely raspy. He definitely had phlegm. He was definitely phlegmy and raspy, which is unfortunate. Didn't make him look strong and powerful. Okay, let me get back to reading these, because you all were incredibly kind during this, and I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. 4G3 Ntor 4NG3. I really appreciate you, my friend. 4G3 for the $50 donation. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate that for you. That for you. Well, if you were me, I really appreciate you for that. Your favorite emote out for 4G3. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Incredible. Been watching you for a year now. First time donor. Have yet to be disappointed with your vids. Keep up, Sharko. Thank you so much for that. That really means a lot. Wow. Well, thank you. I know we've been slower on streams and uploads recently. To bring that back, I've just been in a bad mental state for a little while. So I've just been taking a little bit of a step back from things to kind of get my head straight and focus on making better content instead of more content for you all for the moment. And when everything is coming back together for me and I feel much more comfortable being able to like produce good content more frequently, like I was able to like last year and the beginning of this year, then we'll be doing more. But just for right now, I've been working a lot with like my therapist, my psychiatrist, and taking just a bit of a step back from my own mental health because I was really just not doing super well at the beginning of the year. And so I apologize for not being here as much as you would want me to and as much as I would like to be here. But please be patient with me. Please be patient with me. Please be patient with me. So yeah. Thank you so much for the 50. I really appreciate you. Also, the 50 from George Bush. Thank you, George Bush, for the $50 donation as well. We had H2O. Oh yeah, when Donald Trump, when he brought up climate change. When he brought up climate change. It's so, remember when they brought up climate change and Biden's like, I passed one of the most important climate change bills ever done by a president in the history of mankind. And Donald Trump was like, we had H2O when I was president. When I was president, we had fucking H2O, man. You don't even understand. We had H2O, man. Oh, you don't even get it, dude. Sheesh. Come on. We had water, big water. Big water. I see what they were talking about. They were talking when they talked about handicap index, I thought they were talking about the fucking like handicap like the blue tag you put on your car to park like closer to the Walgreens entrance. No, they were talking about golf. Apparently in golf there's a handicap system that you can go to that you get, I guess you get closer to the hole when you golf if you're a geezer or something. It's because Donald Trump was like, I won a golfing tournament. I won a fucking golfing tournament, man. All right. Okay. I think instead of like being, I think, dude, nobody knows what the fuck that's when their old rich white guy thing came out. Honestly, when they were like yapping back and forth about who has the lower handicap index in golf. Yeah, you know what Biden should have done there? Biden should have been like, why are you talking about golf, dumbass? He just should have been like, why are you talking about golf? You're talking about golf now because you can't think of a single good thing you did while you were president. So you have to bring up the only thing you did while you were president, golf. That would have gone crazy. If Biden said something like that, that would have gone crazy. But he did not. But he absolutely did not. He did not. Not. He definitely should have. That would have blown him out of the water there. Honestly. Dude, who did Biden's debate prep? I think his debate prep was like, I don't know, man. I was kind of, the fact that he didn't bring up his impeachment, I really want to get, shit, man. I don't know. When it comes, okay, chat, while you're with me, when it comes to retorts and rebuttals from Biden specifically, what would you give him a rating on specifically the debate, like the debate performance, not how raspy his voice was, but when it comes to answering questions he was asked and having coherent answers, what do you all think? Give me your rating. Obviously, like F minus through A plus. And yes, I'm adding F minus just in case. B minus. It was like a 2 out of 10. 7 out of 10, like a C. I'll give him like a C. Okay. B minus sounds about right. Okay. All right. I think, okay. All right. So yeah, this is what we got. Let me finish reading off some of these donations because you all are so incredibly kind. Thank you, Unfriendly Atheist, for the 333. Remember H2O, vote blue in blue in November. Yes, absolutely. And also remember, chat. Some people be dooming. I'm really not. I still think until we have certifiable evidence, and like moving past this certifiable evidence and moving past this debate when it comes to some polls. I don't know. I don't think Biden did that crazy bad. When it comes to being old, yeah, I don't think that was very good. When it comes to not when it comes to like the things he said, not actually being able to answer questions and remember the things that he was asked and stay on topic. I think for the people who he needed to reach, was it just his base, right? Because both of them honestly were mostly speaking to their base. But yeah, we'll see. Like I think articles after this are going to do a lot when it comes to public opinion as well. Some polls are some articles right now are like Trump lies, Biden blusters, stuff like that. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, here it is. Here's the chart, okay? Chat. Here's the chart. Here's the chart. Okay? Can I get this? Can I do this? Will this work? Okay, here's the chart. Okay? I see it now. I see it more clearly than I've ever seen anything in my entire life, all right? So we got Trump, okay? So here's a line. And this side's going to be T, and this side's going to be B. This one's for Biden. And there's two metrics here. We got substance and we got delivery, okay? And over here for Biden as well, we got substance and we got delivery. Trump, bro, like negative fucking substance. His shit, he didn't say basically anything when he was up there. Delivery, I mean, he said that shit confidently. He said his bullshit confidently, like he always does. So delivery, higher, but I still don't think it was lower than what we normally see from Biden. Substance for Biden, it was very high. The things that he actually had to say, being able to rattle off like a bunch of talking points, not only from Trump's presidency, but from his own presidency, some of the bills that he brought up. Yeah, the substance of his actual responses, way higher. Not as good as his 2020 appearance, I'm going to be honest. Not as good. Delivery, I'm actually giving him a negative. Delivery was actually horrible. So I think this is where I think this is where we are. Even though he didn't like mumble through every single one of his answers, right, where you couldn't tell what he was saying. Listen. Everybody who's going to have this conversation, we all know what Biden was saying on like at least 90% of things that he was saying. But he stuttered but he stuttered and he lost his path sometimes on some things. And I think and people are going to remember that. But yeah, when it comes to this, substance for Biden, way higher. Delivery, garbage. Substance for Trump, garbage. Delivery, better. That's what I personally think is going on here. Yeah, Trump's always been a confident yapper. Yeah. My timeline. We're cooked. We're so cooked. Yeah, everybody's we're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. But yeah. Biden had way more substance. Trump had the delivery. So for people who like a guy who can yap, Trump's the guy. For people who like people to have like an opinion, Biden is not. For people who want like them to have an opinion, Trump, Biden seems to be that guy. Trump is not that guy. I have like actual like opinions and things to say. Thank you so much. Pixelated Sniper. Thank you so much for the 15 months in a row being a part of the frenzy, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you for that. What if instead of debating, they freak baited and ate butt and sucked toes? That's definitely something that they could possibly do. Thank you so much for the 2020. Thank you so much for the 15 months. Sam Sauce, thank you so much for the 15 months in a row, 21 months in total. Being a part of the frenzy, being incredibly pog. This debate was that debate was painful. They definitely could have done better. They were definitely geezers. They were old, dude. They are old. They are old. That's crazy. You know what's crazy? Bernie's been old since he was like 18 years old, and he doesn't sound as old as Biden or Trump. I really don't know what it is, but I mean, I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Chat, can you imagine in like if Biden really does have a cold, right? If he really does have a cold, and that's not just how he's going to sound for the rest of his life. And there's another debate. If Biden just wasn't, I feel like if really Biden wasn't raspy, I feel like the opinions would just would change instantly. So we're just gonna have to see, right? We're just gonna have to see. If Biden's not raspy next time and keeps this same level, it won't even like the opinions would switch like instantly. And I'm even saying that with still with his stutters and still with like him losing his train of thought that one time in the beginning of the debate. If you kept that in, but he just wasn't raspy, I feel like the opinions on this debate would change like instantly. They would flip instantly. 100%. Yeah, Bernie still got that high energy old. Donald Trump used to be high energy old. Now he's just kind of old, really. Yeah, Sam Sauce, thank you so much for like I said, the debate was painful. Yeah, definitely could have been way better. Thank you so much, So Ren, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate you for the tip. Appreciate the stream. Never would have watched that alone. Well, I'm glad I could help out. Thank you so much. Abscondage, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Biden literally serving up a face. Yeah, he was making some weird faces there. I'm gonna be honest. I think those were faces that he could pull off when he was younger. Now he just kind of they look a little strange now. Gig and Greg, thank you so much for the $2 donation as well. Thanks for the tip. The new Democratic candidate, Shmobama. Yeah, it's Obama, but in like the big nose, mustache, and like fake glasses and everything. Yeah, I don't know what a black job is, but let me start applying. I'm gonna need to start applying to that shit. Biden was talking after the debate a little bit as well.
Except he's just a liar. Look, folks, what's going to happen over the next couple of days is they're going to be out there fact checking all the things he said. I can't think of one thing he said that was true.
Dog, what the hell? Why does he sound better here? Wait, he sounds way better here. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Who is this guy? What happened? Did they let the man get one sip of water? Is this Biden on a single sip of water? Bro, he sounds so much better. Am I bugging? Am I tripping? Or what? Why does he sound so much better in the after party than he did during the debate?
What's going to happen over the next all the things he said? I can't think of one thing he said that was true. No, I'm not being facetious. But look, we're going to beat this guy. We need to beat this guy. And I need you in order to beat him. You're the people I'm running for. Here.
Dude, where was this guy? Where did they keep him in the back of the CNN? Did they keep him in the CNN green room? Was the other guy a body double of Biden who just had a cold? And then actual Biden was in the green room. They didn't tell him that the debate started. He came out for the after party. What's happening? What's happening? I totally thought this was going to be like the inverse. What's going on? Did he did he troll Fox that said he was going to be on Uppers? I don't know. Where were you? Like this, he was talking like this at some points during the debate. Yeah, he was talking like this at some points during debate, but yeah, I don't know, man.
They're making some pretty bold predictions about how things would turn out.
But if Biden wins, your borders are gone, the middle class is gone, your safety is gone.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. He sounds better here. Chat, am I bugging? Am I freaking out? Am I on one right now? What do you think? Maybe it was the microphone. I don't know. It was Biden with like a stuck shed. It was Biden with a stuck shed. He needed to shed. He shed real quick in the post debate. But yeah, one thing I want to know honestly is, are some of these people who are like, Biden fucking died on stage tonight, are they saying that because they genuinely believe it, or are they saying that because they think other people would believe it? I don't know. Once again, we're just gonna have to see. Yeah, we're gonna have to see. They're just hating. What I think what I've seen a lot of people talk about is, okay, let me I'm not okay. Let me take the glasses off real quick. There's one thing that I don't like, okay? People, one thing that I don't like when it comes to conversations about politics online. Let me tell you about one thing I don't like. One thing that I personally fucking hate, okay? That one thing is when you have an opinion, but then you try and hide that opinion behind you saying that other people have that opinion, and that's why you're bringing it up, and you're like pretending to do like a devil's advocate, or saying that some like other people are saying something like this, or you're being concerned on some imaginary person's behalf, okay? It's literally like many people are saying this. It's exactly what conservatives do when it comes to like abortion, right? They love advocating for like fetuses because they're one of the only groups that they try and advocate for that can't actually refute their talking points and say anything back to them. Okay, so let me say one thing. Okay, let me say one thing. I've seen a lot of people when talking about Biden, Trump, 2024, this type of stuff, say things that they believe, but are pushing it as something that they say other people believe. And then when you push them on it, they're like, listen, I'm just saying things that other people are saying. I'm just letting you know that other people believe this, and just kind of like, and then try and walk away from the thing that they actually believe by separating it from themselves. Dude, if you have an opinion, just say it. Dude, just say it. Just say it. I think, listen, this one was kind of funny. Wait, there's this tweet here. This one kind of went crazy. Yeah, it's the Redditor debate tactic. Yeah, I think it's really shitty. Just stand on business. Say what you believe. If you actually believe that, just go ahead. I don't think it's not like some hot button issue to believe that you think Biden's fucking old. But don't sit here and be like, oh man, we're so screwed. Everybody else is going to think that he's old. Now I'm going to make everybody now I'm gonna make everybody else feel anxious about it by saying stuff like that. Listen, yeah, Biden once again, Biden came off as quite old, but I think this tweet very very salient here. This one right here, take a look at this. This one kind of cooked, I can't lie. Biden is saying true shit incoherently. Trump is saying fake shit coherently. We're fucked. Yeah. 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 And yeah, that seems to be about it. Biden was saying, like I said, Biden had substance, but he stumbled over his words. Trump was like a maniac. Was like a slow maniac on stage. He was a slow dumbass on stage, but he said it like you could understand the words that he was saying at almost all points in time. He stumbled over words a lot as well. We had H2O. When I was president, we had water. We had water when I was president. Under Trump, you had H2O. Yeah, kind of crazy with that one. A whispered panic among Democrats tonight. I would definitely say that people think that there's like a whispered panic or something tonight. That's yeah. I definitely see that. I don't believe that many people think that Trump actually won this debate and think that Biden got people saying Biden got dominated this debate. I don't believe anybody. I don't believe people who don't already love Donald Trump think that that's true. In my opinion, I think people think Biden maybe didn't do that well, or Biden did poorly in some when it comes to his appearance. But I don't think people are gonna be like, holy shit, this Donald Trump guy was cooking up here on stage tonight. Yeah, we got a white supremacist psychopath and the white supremacist psychopath and a very old in a very old in a very in a and you know just in a coherent in a stammering geezer, that's just how it is. You passed your exam, yo, congratulations, thank you so much. A stuttering geezer versus a completely fucking racist maniac. I gotta write a tweet real quick. Okay, we can pause this here. I was doing a recording just in case the stream got taken down. Thankfully, it did not. My anti-copyright technique that I've kept since the Heian era, that I haven't used since the Heian era, worked perfectly in this debate. One moment. I'm putting out a tweet chat. people should really be concerned that Trump referenced the white nationalist great replacement during the debate and everyone let it slide. I don't know. Like I haven't seen a single person be like, "Yo, that like great was Trump doing great replacement shit live on air?" And just nobody said a word. I'm not even seeing people say a word right now. Not a word. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, there are like anti-Biden sort of like Palestinian supporters. I get more like Palestinian supporters, like Palestinian flag accounts that are literally hyping up Trump after this debate. Like excited happy because Trump called him Brandon. They're like Trump called him Brandon. Let's go. Let's go. As Donald Trump during that same debate said Israel should be able to completely destroy Gaza because they should be able to finish the war and kill every single Hamas member. And the death toll of Palestinians literally does not matter. Uh, uh, Probably conservative psyop trying to split the left. Listen, I'm not a psyop guy. Look at my leftist dog. We're so cooked. That's what I actually think we're really cooked on. I'm gonna be real. Um, yeah. Yeah, but when it comes to this, listen, this was people said it during 2020, okay? People said it. A lot of leftists were like I told were can be like I told you so here on one specific thing. And I'm gonna be like it too. Listen, people knew Biden was gonna get old. Everyone knew Biden was real old. Like he was real old. Like, bro's pretty old. Um, and yeah, like the back and forth on like on like remembering the 2020 election, how the electorate was playing pundit, and instead of voting for the candidate who poll after poll showed that their personal beliefs aligned more with one candidate, they cared about something more. They cared about something different that was more important to them that election cycle, and that was beating Trump. And those two candidates was Bernie and Biden. And Bernie's old too. Bernie is quite old, but he has not aged like Biden. He has not aged like Biden at the end of the day. He hasn't he hasn't aged like Biden at the end of the day. He just has not. You can't say that. Yeah. Um people were like, yeah, Biden's age will be a problem in 2024, and here we are, and it is a problem in 2024. Here it is. It is definitely a problem, and this is going to stick with the election for as long as it goes. Um, there are some there was an Axios report that just came out about how about how some Dems behind the scenes are freaking out. One House Democrat describes the president's debate performance as awful, exclaiming, "What the fuck?" One said, "I'm a state of shock." A third House Democrat said, "Jamal Bowman is the hero we need now. We need him to pull the fire alarm." Oh, they worked so hard to get Bowman out, and the moment they needed him, he vanished. Congratulations, congressional Dems. You did a great job. One female House Democrat says it's time for a woman to save both of these men from their misery. President Whitmer has a strong ring to it, referencing Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. The Gretch. Big Gretch. Listen, I'm on right now. I'm on the Big Gretch train personally. I'm on the Big Gretch train. I am. I can't say I'm not. Can't say I'm not. I don't think she's gonna be perfect. I think I'll have some like real disagreements with her. The Big Gretch train. Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to specific substance, but yeah, at the end of the day, when it comes to substance, Biden did much better. When it comes to who doesn't seem like they're fucking old, Trump did much better. Yeah. So yeah. And then yeah, they called each other like the worst president ever back and forth, and then argued with each other about who's better, who's more geezerly disabled at golf. Like, okay. All right. Very, very great things for the country. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, great, fantastic things for the country, I must say. But yeah. The fuck did I just watch? So yeah. This debate performance, since it's so early in the election, we're just going to have to see. We'll see how the Biden team spins it. Most people actually said that they really weren't going to be watching this debate that much. Chat. Okay, yeah, here it is. My suspicions. So this is a focus group from after the debate. Okay, there's a focus group from after the debate. This photo is they were asking questions. Okay, put your hand up if you think Trump won the debate, and this is how they felt. Put your hand up if you think Biden lost the debate, and then they put their hands up. Yeah, I could definitely see that. You think Biden lost? Yeah, because when it comes to a lot of these people, what they're thinking about is he old? I think a lot of people, like at the end of the day, don't really necessarily care that much about Biden's positions as much anymore. It's basically do they feel comfortable voting for him when he's so old now? And a lot of people don't feel that comfortable now that he's so old now. Now when it comes to the election and the convention is made, and I'm like 99% sure that Biden's going to be like the nominee. When it comes down to that, the people who don't believe that Biden did that well, when it comes to them feeling better about his age, what are they going to do once the election's around? Are they going to stay home, or are they going to be like, you know what, he's old, but if he dies in office, and Trump doesn't stay in office, I'll take it. And that's what this election is really just going to come down to. I have no clue when it comes to turnout. I can really see this having less turnout than 2016 and 2020. And low turnout environments are usually better for Trump, and better for the Republicans. But Trump's still on the ballot, so even though it's going to be lower turnout, people still want to come out to vote for senators as well. And so the question, and those Democratic senators in those areas are doing really well. So people who are going to come out and vote because they still have a Senate election in their states, Michigan, Michigan and Nevada are two swing states right now. Oh, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona all states that are important for Biden to win, or at least do at least somewhat well in, have a Senate Democrat who's quite well liked, who's running, at least polling wise, quite well. So what's going to happen? Is Biden going to drag down the ticket, or is the rest of the ticket going to take Biden over the finish line? Or will they not have that big of a deal on each other? Are there going to be a substantial amount of people who are going to go to the ballot box in November and skip voting for Biden or Trump and then just vote down ballot for the rest of the Democrats? I feel like people who do that were probably I feel like it's way less likely for that to happen. There's some states where that will definitely happen, right? There's states that love splitting their vote. The states that absolutely love splitting their vote like that. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada don't like doing that very much. Arizona does that, but when it comes to Republicans and Democrats, way more. Nevada, like a little bit more. They're a little bit more Republican than they were in the past. But I feel like a lot of people look at when Obama was in office and try to compare what Democrats are doing now to Obama. Obama was like that once in a generation charismatic president. Biden is not Obama, okay? Biden's not Obama. he's actually way closer to Jim Carrey, or John Kerry. He's much closer to Kerry. If like Bush was even more disliked as a president, as a presidential candidate, he's way closer to Kerry. In that respect. But the fact that Trump sucks so much ass to your average person, yeah, because Biden sucks so much ass to your average person, because Trump sucks so much ass to your average person, they're both kind of equal. And I've said it before, Trump has a lower ceiling than Trump. I can't speak apparently. Maybe I do have dementia. Trump has a lower ceiling than Biden, but Biden has a lower floor than Trump because Biden doesn't have a real coalition. And what I mean by that is that people don't go out to vote for Biden because he's Biden. People go out to vote for Biden because he's not Trump. And if that's and we're just gonna have to see if that's enough to take him. If that, along with some improving economic factors, are enough to take him over the finish line, and if this doesn't like crush his campaign, which I don't feel like is gonna crush his campaign, even though these people feel like he lost, nobody's swayed over to Trump. So nobody's swayed over to Trump. I think a lot of people are going to remember his stutters and his stammerings and him trailing off at points, but I feel like over time it's very possible that the things that he actually had to say and the comparison between the two, because this is one of the first times that Trump has actually been forced to answer tough questions on any of the important issues that are going on in the country right now. And when people see Donald Trump again and they remember Trump, I don't believe that he's going to do as well. But Biden just needs to not completely collapse. And when it comes to this focus group, Trump not winning, but Biden losing, that's not good for Biden. But how many people at the end of the day are not going to show up because he's old? I don't know. It depends. There are definitely people who won't. And there's a lot of people who don't want to come back to vote for Trump again as well. So, we're just going to have to see. There's been a lot of opposition to Trump during the election cycle. But Biden would, like I said, once again, like for the final time, Biden needs a couple of factors to improve for him and for that campaigning to do well and for him not to sound like that ever again. If he just doesn't sound like that, maybe, I don't know if somebody at like Camp David got him sick or something, but like if they're on the campaign, they need to be like executed in Minecraft for him looking so sick, right? But for getting him sick, if he is actually sick. But if he doesn't sound like that ever again in the other debates, especially the debates closing into the election, I feel like this might not have a big of an impact because once again, this debate is pretty early in the election cycle. Remember, the conventions aren't here, so we'll see. Well, we'll see in polling and everything. I know the vibe is bad for Biden, but it's also not. But the vibe is also bad for Trump. I think the vibe is worse for Biden than it is bad for Trump. Um, but substantially when it comes down to um like what was actually said during the night, the like the quotes of like the back and forth and the answers that were actually given. um Biden did much better. But yeah, they're not as great. Not great. They're slow. They're old. They're old. They actually, dude. I don't. Oh, I I felt like I aged by like 20 years with them arguing about golf. With them arguing about who golfs more, who shits themselves less when they go golfing. Okay. Okay. The drug, yeah, Biden's drugs kicked in way too late in the debate. It was funny that Biden called Trump fat too. That was, bro said, "Let's not act like children." Okay, this has got to be a skit. It's got to be a skit. Yeah. So okay. So there we go. I think he just needed a sip of water. Maybe he really did just need a sip of water. He need a little sippy. Just one. Joe Biden completely stomping Trump in this debate. The one thing between that was him having a single sip of water. Don't they usually have water up there? Am I tripping, chat? Was this like a big scam from big CNN by not giving Biden his sippy of water? Like, I think a single drop of water would have done him well. Did he get any water in that break? Did he have like his coach come up to him and give like these guys are old, you know, like let them sit down, like when it goes on commercial break, you know, let them get a little sippy of water or something. Something like that, man. One single sip of water and he sounded so much better. It was wild. It was wild. So yeah, we're just gonna have to see. We're really just gonna have to see what happens, you know. We're just gonna have to see what happens. Trump seems like I've seen nobody praise Trump in this in this debate, really. Sorry, yeah, I've seen nobody praise Trump in this debate like at all. I've just seen people going back and forth on Biden, whether and specifically on whether he was old or not even like the substance of what he was saying, which is unfortunate, but you know, that's politics, you know. It's politics. We're just gonna have to see what happens. What'll happen. All right, chat. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think it's a complete wallahi we're finished, or do you think it's or do you think the comeback is possible? What do you think this will do for What do you think this will do for Trump? You know, let me ask. What do you think this will do for Trump? Because we've been talking about Biden a lot. What do you think this will do for Trump? We're cooking. Wait for the second debate. Little to nothing. Do you think Biden's going to like substantially do you think Biden or Trump is going to like substantially lose any support? Cuz I don't know. I get the vibe. I don't know. Nothing ever happens, nothing will change. Trump's numbers never move. It's all up to how Biden's changes. Yeah, that's basically it. People will get over it if Biden keeps talking publicly. Yeah, now that Biden has left the bunker and the debate is behind us, I want to see Biden do more rallies. He has the complete. I mean, like, what's he doing these days? I mean, come on. Like, besides saying yes when one of his aides asked him to send another 20 trillion to Israel, like, is there anything for him to do besides like hold rallies? He should go to the Rust Belt. He should go to right after this. He should spend some time going. I don't know. Once again, get a sip of water and then like plan tomorrow to go to the Rust Belt or something. Never forget what the Dems did to us. Listen. The number one priority in 2020 was beating Trump. The number one priority in 2024 is surviving. That's what we got right now. It's the candidate they wanted. Beat Trump. That's what they wanted. In 2020, they got what they wanted. They got what they wanted. So yeah, you're kind of stuck with him now. You're kind of cooked with him now. But yeah. Oh, wait. A person from CBS asked the Biden people what was wrong with him tonight. And they said they got silence for 45 minutes. And then they came back and all simultaneously said that he had a cold. Yeah, I think he was just raspy tonight. I think Boyo was raspy tonight. Just the court. He's geezer pilled. That boy is old. Just a little raspy. I don't like I said, if he can stop that raspy shit, I think he'll do a lot better. But yeah. Well, yeah, look. So on Twitter right now, and yeah, this is proof. Trump 2.6 million posts. Biden 3.1 million posts. People are talking about Biden more. It seemed like the people talking about Trump are like, he's crazy. He fumbled here. He fumbled there. Like he says something like completely nonsensical. Say he says something completely nonsensical. Biden rambles. Well, I'm not even sure if I would say he I don't know. Like some people categorize like the things he says like rambling. I don't know. Chat, do you think I'm off the mark? But I don't know. I feel like some people are taking it a little far in how bad they think Biden performed. When it came to how he was speaking. Yeah, he was stuttering and he lost his train of thought once before, but like besides being old, besides like sounding old, like he's really on point and everything. He didn't look that great. He didn't look that great. The words he was actually saying were fine. He didn't look that great. Yeah, he needs maybe being at Camp David for a week. He missed some adrenochrome. He missed his adrenochrome treatment. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd say rambling. I wouldn't say rambling. I wouldn't call it rambling at all. It's mostly stuttering. At least someone's optimistic. Most people are kind of making fun of both of them. Chat, do you think Trump got any clips out of this at all? Outside of like Biden, I don't know. Outside of like Biden talking slowly, did he get any clips out of this? Really? Actually, let me see. Let me see if I find any clips. I found this. Biden brought up Trump having sex with a porn star, and he started smiling, remembering it.
Range of things of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what are you talking about?
He's like, that pussy was good too. this fucking guy, dude. Him calling him Brandon? Yeah, okay. There was this. Here's Kira. This is the guy who this is the guy who made that infamous tweet about trying to breastfeed a baby but with his dick.
COVID, excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President.
COVID.
Okay. So there's a CNN debate poll. 67% say Donald Trump won the debate. 33% say Joe Biden won the debate. So it seemed like there's a big margin of people who say that that Trump won the debate. At least on that CNN poll specifically. He did well. So on the clip standpoint, I mean, there was that. And I'm taking a look to see if there's anything else. What people who are trying to like get at, like people who are trying to get at Biden. Like if they got any like other clips here.
That we're making sure that we're able to make
there's this one.
With the COVID, excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in.
That one was a good clip. This I see everybody posting this specifically, and this was a good clip. He looks so lost. Yeah, this one, this is the time when remember this is the time that I kept referencing that Biden lost his train of thought. And so yeah, there he lost his train of thought there. 100%. So there's that, but I'm trying to see if there's anything else. I'm trying to look for Biden supporters, Trump supporters for what they're saying.
Every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, excuse me, with dealing with.
Oh yeah, it's actually just this clip again.
What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer
another Trump supporter
coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
No, I definitely knew what he said. Okay. I personally don't think that one's like very good. There you go. So there's those two. One clip was a good retort. I think anybody could hear what he said after that clip. I don't think that one hit the mark very well. Let's see what else. There were like conservatives are mad that that Biden said that he's losing sorry. Conservatives were mad that Biden said that people who vote for Trump are losing voting against democracy.
More asylum officers.
All right. All right. Dave Wasserman, the election guy, he came out with this debate is making it abundantly clear that Biden's insistence on running for another term when 66% of the swing state voters believe it's likely he won't be able to finish a second term has gravely jeopardized Democrats' prospects of beating Trump. I agree with that. I think here like I've answered this question in comments on the YouTube channel before. But I also say it here because I don't think I've said it on stream before. There's two things. Okay, Biden right now is the best person to put up to beat Trump. I 100% believe that still, because nobody else will have the ability to fill in the gap that he has as president. At the moment, just nobody is prepared to hop into that space yet. Literally nobody is prepared. And right now everybody is actually polling, every other Democrat possible is polling worse than Biden. Now you could possibly say that they could make up the difference over time, but right now in polls I've seen like hypothetical head-to-head matchups even recently, and every single other Democrat polls worse than Biden does right now. So being able to change that, I don't really think that's the case, especially since like, people already voted. Like, people already voted. It'd be such it I don't know. I feel like I don't know, it'd be really dangerous. I mean, both are really dangerous running Biden, which, it's a very close election. And this will be a very close election. Running Biden will be will be difficult. And running a new candidate will be difficult. I guess it just depends on what'll happen. If Biden doesn't sound as raspy and doesn't lose his train of thought as much in the next debates, then things could happen. Remember, Obama lost his. Remember, Biden lost his first debate worse than. Sorry, Obama lost his first debate in 2012 worse than Biden has lost this first debate right now, specifically when it comes to pollings. So I mean, he can pull it back. It's possible. But in 2020, Biden won the first debate handily against Trump, 60-32. The CNN poll this time, Trump won the first debate, 67-28. So that is that's plus more. But I'm not sure if there's a nobody won option on that CNN poll. Annoying because Biden was closing the gaps in polls. Well, he was closing the gap in polls. There's a bunch of different polls. Some polls showed it like veering off to one side. Some polls showed it veering off to another side. Fox News polls specifically, which is one of the best pollsters in the country, shows a swing towards Biden since the beginning of the year. Quinnipiac and New York Times Siena have shown it in the opposite direction, a swing towards Trump since the beginning of the year. So I don't know. We're gonna have to wait for a little while after this election to see what happens. A little while after this debate to see what happens. Like, once again, Anything could really happen, so we'll just see. But yeah, it doesn't seem like many people believe Biden did very well in this debate. L for the Biden group in this debate from debate watchers. Now, there's one thing that you also have to know as well, which is that there's one thing that you also have to know as well, which is that more Republicans said they were going to be watching this debate than Democrats, and independents said that they're going to be watching this debate. And independents were actually the least likely to watch the debate. The independents were polled as the least likely to watch the debate. So keep that in mind with some of these after poll, these after debate polls when it comes to that, how people feel. After strong debate performance, did a better job in the debate. Neither. Yeah, here we go. Ooh, yeah, in 2012, Obama lost the first debate 66-20, with 13 saying both. Independents, 72% thought that Obama did worse in the debate compared to Romney. So yeah, Obama lost the first debate. Oh yeah, Obama. It was very it was not a good debate for Obama. His re-election debate, not the first debate against what the hell was his name? That guy who died from Arizona. What's his name? John McCain. In 2008 with John McCain. No, he crushed John McCain in both in every single debate. When it came to his re-election, Obama got hit pretty bad, and he did quite poorly in the first debate. It's quite well known, yeah. Obama got kind of trounced in the first debate in re-election, right? For his re-election campaign. So some other polls have come out of CNN as well. Confidence in candidates' ability to lead for Trump 36% have a lot of confidence, which that's his like baseline number. Remember, this is what I was talking about with Biden's with Trump's floor. This is Trump's floor, 36. So 36 have a lot of confidence. 20% have some confidence. 44% have no confidence whatsoever. So yeah, 44% have no confidence in Biden. 57 have no confidence in 57 have no confidence in Biden leading. 44% have no confidence in Trump leading in this snap poll from debate watchers. But once again, Republicans said they were going to be watching this debate more. So this probably skews a little to the right, but they're probably around these numbers. So this would mean like a little over half the country has faith in confidence in the ability to lead the country. A little over half, and then 40 and 44% here. A large majority don't have faith in Biden right now. So hope Biden is able to swing this around. People just need some confidence. He just needs to instill confidence in people. Like this is one of the biggest things, right? This poll's important because like I think at the end, when it comes to substance, Biden did better. But when it comes to like confidence, I had a feeling that this wouldn't be as great. And this is important for him. People feeling confident in his ability to not just be completely geezerly, which he's not able to do right now, and he was not able to do in this debate specifically. It made that worse in some regard. It made me feel better in the sense of, oh yeah, he's still able to talk about policy issues. But I'm somebody who does this as a job. Your average person who's like not really tapped into politics are just like, holy shit, this guy is old. He stutters. This is crazy. This guy be stuttering. What the fuck? This guy's stuttering like crazy. Yeah. What is this, Paul? Wait, what is this? If you haven't been watching the Univision FG undecided Latino voters, nearly every single undecided voter said they now support Trump, not Biden. Latinos were watching and listening, and Trump sounded like a crazy liar. Okay, wait, let's take a look at this. Oh, they're speaking Spanish. Okay. This guy might have dementia too. Holy shit.
Volvió a lo mismo, a decir lo mismo, en cuanto a que él es el peor presidente, que Afganistán, pero no contesta, no dice qué voy a hacer para remediar cosas. El señor Biden, a pesar de que sí efectivamente está un poco lento al hablar, sabemos que tiene ese tartamudez, que no es muy grande, pues, pero de cualquier forma el hombre sí explicó qué estaban haciendo y qué hicieron, qué están haciendo todavía, porque todavía sigue siendo presidente. Después de estar indeciso por un rato, yo creo que hoy me voy a ir por el presidente Biden.
Does anybody know what the hell he said? Anybody here speak Spanish? He said he was undecided and now leaning Biden. Oh, would you look at that? This is going to be a weird election. Chat, this is going to be a weird election. This is going to be a weird election. This is going to be a wild one. It's going to be a real wild one. So yeah, we're just going to have to see what happens. Taking crazy pills here. I'm taking crazy pills. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. Celine. Biden is cooked. I'm a trans POC and I have a POC GF, and after that we're seriously opting to stay home. It's pathetic that we've reached the point that where the libertarian candidate sounds more sane. Biden didn't sound sane to you? Like, thank you so much for the 10, but like, sane? He sounded insane to you? He sounded out of his mind. Like, I can understand he sounds old, and yeah, I can understand he sounds old, and he might not have that many years left, but like out of his mind, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case, personally. Oh, sad. Did I miss the debate? It seemed like you did. It was a little bit of a sleeper. I'm gonna be honest with you. They started debating about who has a bigger handicap in golf at the end. Like, it was a sleeper. I'm gonna be real with you. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5 tip. I appreciate you. Obama lost the first debate against Romney in his 2012 election. Obviously, went on to be reelected. Also, there are like more debates this year. Yeah, there are more debates. So one bad debate won't crush him. But he needs to be doing better. So hopefully he does. in the in the next election, in the next debates. It'll be quite important actually. It'll be quite important. I'd rather take Kamala than Biden. Now I know you're kind of coping. I love you, Rocker, but this is like giga cope. This is giga cope. Kamala Harris being a better candidate. Rocker spiraling a little bit. She is a little bit like Kamala Harris being a better candidate than like listen. I know some of you all are a little shocked, but like let's come back to reality a bit, okay? Let's take a deep breath and let's come back to reality real quick, all right? Nobody believes that. I feel like after you like get some sleep, get some food in your stomach, play like a video game or go to like work and come back, that you won't believe that. I'm gonna be real. But, you know, I can definitely like I completely sympathize and I agree that they're like if Trump wasn't the nominee, dude, like I'd be like I'm a little like Biden's kind of bro is like he's very much pushing it. Oh yeah, I did see that. RFK, I'm not sure if you guys knew, but RFK for the night, he was at the Libertarian convention or whatever, and he was doing a live, he spliced himself into the debate to live respond to the questions that were being asked to people who were not him, because he wasn't allowed to be on the debate stage. So yeah, he like spliced himself in on the feeds, and then when one of them were asked a question, they were like, oh, they were like, Robert F. Kennedy, what would you have to say on this topic? And he's like, well, as you see, I'm spiraling like, oh come on. Kamala Harris. Like I get the people who were like, oh, pick a Democratic governor out of a hat and then throw them in for the convention instead. But Kamala Harris? Really? Like I think Biden has like a 50-50 chance of losing. But Kamala Harris has like a Harris is like a 60-70%. 80 possibly percent chance of losing. Yeah, Harris could not cook. Harris lost in the 2020 presidential race. Remember, Harris lost her own state when it came to the votes. Harris lost her own when she was being hyped up like crazy. Harris lost her own state. She didn't even come in. She came in third place. She came in behind Biden and Bernie in her own state. Yes, California. No, she's cooked. She was a senator at the time and she came in third place. If she came in barely second, I'd be like, you got a point. Heavily third place. Why did Biden even choose her? Black woman. Moving on. At least Harris can speak publicly? Maybe. Dude, even This debate was people are the Democratic establishment is spooked. Chat, they are spooked. Apparently, a Politico article came out. Democrats consider the unthinkable. It's time to let Biden. It's time for Biden to go. Can we cancel the election already? Might be time. Might be time. Might be time. Might have to pull a Bolivia, but better. Unfortunately, it has to be that way. But yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see a source. Oh, wait a second, chat. There's been some dooming in chat. Wait a second. Pause the music. I got something crazy for you. Bloomberg reporter. Take a look at this. As per Dem source, live tracking of the debate showed Trump's support tanked when he wouldn't accept the results of the election. There was some good responses for Biden from Midwest swing voters. Trump's January 6th and Roe responses were also unpopular. That's what chat. I'm telling you. Chat, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. There's a little nuggie in here. Who Claire McCaskill came out and was like her heart's breaking. It's very back and forth. Like I said, okay. Some people thought it was coping. We got some sources from. Now remember that focus group when they were about. Remember that focus group that I talked about when they were like listening to Biden and Trump. They think Biden sounded old. They think Trump sounded crazy, right? Biden's old, Trump's crazy. So what are you gonna pick? Old or crazy? I don't know. We'll have to see. Biden has to shore up his base. So we're just gonna have to see what happens. In that focus group, he definitely should have asked if Trump lost. Because there was one that said did Biden lose? Did Trump win? I'm not sure if he asked did Biden win? Did Trump lose? I don't know. Because I think they wouldn't say that Trump won, but I think but they would say that Biden lost. I think more would probably say Biden lost than Trump lost, but I think a lot of normal people are kind of like both of them. Like this debate wasn't very good. Both of them think that they didn't do very well. Trump's responses to a lot of questions, like once you get the actual clips of what he's saying, like the stuff that he's genuinely saying in some of these clips are genuinely insane. This debate, it was bad. Let's see some of the focus group. Because Frank Luntz, he does a focus group all the time, and he's pretty good at it. I think it's really interesting. My group of undecided voters are moving away from Trump as he gets more and more vicious towards Biden. They complain that he sounds like a senior citizen. It sounds like a senior citizen bingo hall argument. You know what? One thing is that I saw conservatives before this debate. They were like, CNN's going to cut Trump's microphone off and things are going to be horrible for him. They're going to make him not speak. Trump actually spoke more in this debate than Biden did. And I feel like they could probably, maybe they could lean into that for the next for the next debate. Keep Biden's responses short. be efficient with Biden needs to be more efficient with his time when he speaks. If he can, maybe, oh wow, maybe that's the play. Wait a second, maybe that is the play. Biden's talking less, being more succinct, and being more efficient with his time, and not always taking up the entirety of the time for him to speak, and allow Trump to just kind of ramble off, because he even spoke more during this debate, right? So if that's Paul, wait a second, that might be the play. My focus group is screaming at the Zoom call, focus on the future, not the past. That's what I was kind of thinking, how he's always talking about 2020 and stuff like that. When I was president, things were great. If Trump talks less, he wins. If Biden doesn't stop talking, he loses. My focus group is very disturbed by Biden's voice and appearance. Dude, look, I'm telling you, it's the voice. He's just too raspy. Somebody put like a freaking Yu-Gi-Oh card in his larynx before he went out there. It's crazy. But they're getting angrier and angrier with Trump's personal attacks. The muted mics have made Trump appear more measured and less angry than debates in 2016 and 20. Trump getting credit for semi-behaving, but both candidates are being criticized by my focus group for not yet staying on point. Biden for not being staying on point? Really curious. Biden's voice is weakening his answer on January 6th, a topic he should be crushing Trump on. Yeah, 100%. When it comes to foreign policy, Trump understands the politics while Biden understands the stakes. I guess they're getting from the focus group. CNN moderators are getting kudos from my focus group. Challenger Trump sounds like a man of the people. Incumbent Trump sounds like a man for himself. There's a different Trump tonight. You hate Frank Luntz? I don't know too much about him. I look at some of the stuff that he's doing in the focus groups. I focus more on what he's saying with the focus groups than his own words. But yeah, than what he's saying himself. Pacman comes out with a video. Biden versus Trump debate catastrophe. Nearly worst case scenario. Oh Lord, dude. Let's see. He's not doing anything to win over Nikki Haley voters. Yeah, that makes sense. That could be the story of tonight. No, I don't think it will be. Frank Luntz. No, I don't know. I don't think it will be, actually. I don't think Biden not winning over Nikki Haley voters will be the story of the night. I'm gonna be real. Now it's getting dumb. After the first commercial break, I asked my group of undecided voters, how many of them are more convinced to vote for Biden? 0 raised their hand. Half of them say they voted for Biden in 2020. More convinced to vote for Joe Biden. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think he did too much to win over people. After the second commercial break, I asked my focus group of undecided voters, are they more convinced to vote for Trump? 10 out of 14 raise their hand. Even if they don't like Trump. Really, one said, I don't even know if Biden can make it to November. Sheesh. They need this one. This is great. This one's great. What are these? Wait, but they didn't say that they think that Trump won the debate? The same group of people don't believe that Trump won the debate? Really? I don't know, Biden. He just needs to show strength here. Yeah, those stutters were not doing him any justice. I'm telling you, chat, I'm telling you, if his voice wasn't so bad, holy, this could have been so much better. This could have been so much better if his voice wasn't so bad. How unfortunate. Well, off to the next debates, right? I asked undecided voters how tonight's debate affected their vote. There are things I hate about Trump, but I think I made up my mind to vote for him because because of who would take Biden's place in the second term. I'll vote for Biden. We have two men who will dig us into a hole, so I'll vote for the shallower one. Good Lord. The optimism this election cycle is horrible. And everyone's white here too. Wait, there's like one black person. There they are. From Arizona. Are there even black people in Arizona? I'm kind of shocked. I'm gonna be real. Another comment from my focus group of undecided voters: the expectations for Biden was to show up and look alive. He blew it. One last question: did Donald Trump win? Did they lose? They want Joe Biden to step aside. They like him and respect him. Most voted for him in 2020, but want him to go. Tonight was a political earthquake. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, so there's that, right? Of this focus group. Mixed bag, but I would say mostly bad for Biden. So yeah, just gonna have to see. Gonna have to see. Lots of people saying this was bad.
Well, the first presidential.
Let's see what Pac-Man has to say.
Failed former President Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden is over. And I have to tell you, it was not good. And I don't think it was good for either candidate. Now, I know that this is going to be...
I believe that.
Some in my audience. This is a left-wing show. I'm voting for Joe Biden. He's the better choice. But if I came here and told you that it was a great performance by President Biden, not only would I be lying to you, you would then justifiably never trust me again. I call it the way I see it. And for Trump's side, he told endless corrosive lies, a total lack of fact-checking, combined with Joe Biden seeming confused. The second Joe Biden opened his mouth, I knew it wasn't going to go well. Muting the mics was a good idea, I'll be honest. But the debate kind of made me sick to my stomach because Trump was confidently lying about everything. And because of Biden's poor performance, I worry that this is a very significant net negative for Joe Biden. I was planning to, after the live stream that I did, have some of my beautiful stuffed shells with Rayo's marinara, ricotta basil during the debate. It was tough to do. Biden didn't look good. I'm voting for the guy, but I don't know how the debate won anybody over new to Joe Biden.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah. But I also don't think that. But I also don't think that Biden needs anybody new to come over to his side. He just needs to consolidate his base. He needs his 2020 supporters to come out and vote for him again. At least most of them. And that's basically it. I really don't think he needs new voters. In this election cycle, Donald Trump's a president Donald Trump's a guy who's ran in 3 elections. People already know about him. Joe Biden's been in office for an incredibly long time. People already know about him. He needs to be strong enough to get his base to be at least semi-confident to get behind him come November. But I don't think he needs to win anybody new. Trump isn't winning anybody new. If anybody's going to split Biden to Trump, they're going to be splitting for Biden. But it's more likely that if they're going to be split between those two, they're probably just not going to vote.
It was close to a worst case scenario. I can assure you Biden was on no drugs, that's for sure. By the way, Trump's pupils 2 or 3 times as big as Joe Biden's, and rampant speculation of...
He was undrugged. He was undoped.
But he lied with conviction and confidence, and Biden stumbled. The amount of time that Trump just rambled without even answering the question is appalling. I'm surprised the guy even has the following that he has. But as Joe Biden started to speak, completely hoarse, very early in the debate, in the first 10 or 15 minutes during which many people make up their minds about what am I watching here, Biden going silent and then inadvertently saying, we beat Medicare, which doesn't make any sense, and I assure you is not what he meant to say. Trump capitalized on that. What
yeah,
Biden
that's true.
has done is absolutely...
You hit him on that. We saw the clip a couple times already.
Biden's mic was muted, as you will see here. Nobody points out, including the moderators, you were just convicted of felonies. Why are you calling the other guy a criminal?
What we're doing for...
Yeah. This person, HBO, said they would vote for Biden even if he was on life support. We can't allow Trump to be in office again. CNN disgusted me. I'm a Canadian. Okay, disregard the Canadian opinion. Biden should have punted Newsom like a year ago. I'm telling you, like if you were on the like a new candidate needs to step in, this should have been done like 2 years ago. This should have been done like around the midterm. It should have been started when Biden got into office. But yeah, yeah, that was painful. It was a painful debate. It was a painful debate for the Biden boy. Yeah, the Biden camp kind of reeling. Sheesh, Biden camp reeling. Not voting for a convicted felon. Yeah, they're missing the point. It's more about people not like staying home. Sadly, I agree with you. Turn the debate off 15 minutes in. Damn, that sucks because Biden actually had some really. I think after 15 minutes, I feel like Biden did a lot better. It was the first like out of the gate stumbles that happened, and then after, like that one time when he lost his when he lost his train of thought, that was really bad one, and it was really early in the debate. Like if people were turning off the debate after that, man, that sucks because Biden actually had some really good points, and he had some good clips. He had some good speeches that he gave after that. But sheesh, yeah, nasty one. I didn't like the debate either. I was like, ugh. Not voting for him. Trump didn't answer a single question. Yeah, that's true. The moderators were awful. I really don't think they were off. I wouldn't blame the moderators here. I think they did a okay job. Okay enough. CNN needs to be blasted for this format. I think it's a good format. I'm heartsick. Biden look befuddled, confused, and feeble. His movements were slow. His mouth was hung open. Trump ranted and lied confidently. What a shit show. Yeah, I think this is what a lot of people will be getting. Biden looked a bit confused at some points in time. He wasn't actually confused. It doesn't seem like at almost any point in time, but he looked confused. He didn't look that. Earlier in the debate while I was scrolling through Twitter, before I saw anybody saying anything about the debate, it was just screenshots of Joe Biden looking down, screenshots of Joe Biden looking at Trump, right? With just his mouth open, right? And he was just looking, right? The way he just looks sometimes. Now, it's just screenshots of Biden, and that was basically it. So needs fact checking though. Donald Trump was like fucking insane in this debate. This debate was horrible. But yeah, a lot of people are just gonna be talking about Biden. Honestly, I agree with Van Jones. Says something along the lines of Trump looked physically strong. His policies were bad, while Biden looked frail, but his policies were good. Yeah. Love Biden, hate Trump, but I admit that Democrats need to change the sheesh. This is big. This is big lib territory right here. This is big lib territory. This is like Democrat base. Really like the Pac-Man show in them. These guys are much closer to like Democrat base than even my program, honestly. Dr. Osmosium, thanks so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. It may be Jover, but at least my sub isn't. So true. I also don't believe it's Jover, but I mean, if he completely bombs the second debate, like this one, and the first debate shows like a really strong movement away from Biden, then I'll be like, guys. I'll be like, guys. We got a problem. We got a bit worrisome. Trump was awful to listen to. Yeah, he really did. Yeah, he was like, we had H2O during the climate change question. Why are these two old men our only choices? We deserve better. The fact that CNN just let Trump lie was sickening. Rather vote for a bad debater than a stream of lies. Okay. No fact checking made it a joke. There should have been more fact checking, I'll say. But yeah. Okay. So I was wrong about Biden just doing fine. I totally thought that he was just gonna come up and just do fine. Tonight he did worse than fine. He should have just done fine. He speaks mostly fine normally. From what I've heard from him recently, before he went to David, I don't know why he sounds like that. I really don't know why he sounds like that. I really don't. So okay, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Who would replace Biden if something happened? That's the thing. It's like too late to replace Biden. It's done. It's done. It's far too late to replace Biden. That's not happening. That's simply not happening. What Biden just needs to do is just not sound like that again. Even if he keeps like most everything the same, if he doesn't sound like that again, it'll be a lot better for him. I think he would actually win the debate, or at least it'd be like a 50-50. Ugh, right? Ugh. But him sounding so bad was it really worried people. You think it could have been the mics? No, it was definitely his voice. Because he had the clearest throat sometimes during him talking. It sounded like he had like dry mouth sometimes. He had the clearest throat sometimes. He was just raspy. He was doing his best like RFK impression up there. And he was just raspy. And if he was younger, it wouldn't be as bad of an issue. But the fact that he's older and people already are like worried about his his like a voice and well-being. Sheesh. Sheesh. No, it was definitely no. No, he should definitely just he should definitely just not sound like that ever again. Um I think I still will bet that he would win. People would say that he would win the debate if he didn't sound like that again. Because most everybody's bringing up how raspy he sounded. He can even trail off, and I think he wouldn't be as bad. Because people really just want to know that he's not dying. People just want to be. They want him to come out and confirm that he's not dying, and he couldn't do that tonight. He just couldn't do that tonight. That sucks. A big suck. Shouldn't have been that way. Shouldn't have been that. Especially as bad as Trump was during that debate. It sucked ass. he was so horrible. And still, nobody bring up the fact that he was talking about the great replacement during the debate. Like nobody said anything. If Biden has a health emergency, we're going to be stuck with Harris, and I don't want that. Ooh, he really should have. I don't know. Listen, I'm not going to say he should have totally picked a better candidate or something, but oh yeah, this is kind of confirming what we thought, right? Trump, people went from the favorable view. Biden was underwater. It was 40 to it was 40 to 37 in Trump's favor, and then it went after the debate 31 to 43 in Trump's favor. So Trump gained 3 points and Biden lost 6. Sheesh. Sheesh. I don't know who he could have picked. Who could he have picked otherwise besides Harris? Because people just don't like Harris that much. She's not. I don't. She never had like that big of an approval rating. She was never really that popular. Whitmer. Nah, he had to have picked a black person. Like he had to have picked a. There's no ifs ands or buts about it. He needed to pick a black person. Period. Okay. So maybe it should that shit should have been Michelle Obama. I hate to be the one to say it, but I don't know what they would have done, like bribe her or something. They should have picked Michelle Obama. It should have been Miss Obama. Barbara Lee, that's one. Yeah, there's Barbara Lee. Crotchet would have gone. I'm not a big fan of Crotchet, but Crotchet may have gone kind of crazy. I'm gonna be honest. She's 77 though. We're just talking about her being more likable. Harris just isn't that likable. With a 5% margin of error, this is just a flash poll. This is just a vibe. Okay? Don't worry about the actual numbers themselves. This is just a vibe. And the vibe is Trump stayed even. People are less confident in Biden. That's the vibe. Okay? The flash polls, these polls, they're vibe polls. Especially even this far out from the election. We're still pretty far out. Vibe polls. Stacey Abrams, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Does Stacey Abrams have a approval rating? It might be underwater. Let's see. No, it's actually positive. No, she's actually maintained a pretty positive approval rating for a while. Yeah. 35, 27 for favorable. Yeah, she's usually like 6 points above water when it comes to favorability ratings. Stacey Abrams may have been a good pick, honestly. Stacey Abrams, maybe. That would have locked down Georgia too, yeah. Because you don't get anything with Harris. Like He's already gonna win California. Like, who does Harris really win over? I don't know. My mom likes Harris a little bit, but she doesn't even like her like. She doesn't even own any Harris merch. You know, like my parents owned Obama, Biden merch. Okay. I think they have. Wait, do they have any Obama? Do they have any Biden Harris merch? I don't think they have any merch. I don't think they have any Biden Harris merch, as far as I know. I don't remember. I don't think so. Oh my gosh, they're going to swap out Biden with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Rodham Clinton, round 2. Oh, dude. The Democrats definitely have better options. Oh, wow. CNN focus group in Warren, Michigan. Voters split evenly on voting Trump and Biden. Wow. So yeah, at post debate focus group in swing states, nobody cares. What an election, man. Everybody, this is horrible for Biden. Swing state voters in Michigan, nobody cares. Really, nobody cares. I do think with a full week of debate prep, Biden, dude, I don't know. I was a bit more optimistic about what, and I'm just talking about specifically what Biden said. Like the fact he didn't bring up impeachment at all. It took him a while to bring up like later in the debate to bring up like his dealings with Ukraine and like Putin and Kim Jong-un and how there was so much turmoil under his presidency. Oh man. You know what would have gone crazy? If he was like, you're criticizing me for wars that start in different countries when under your presidency in 2020 there was a war in the country itself because you're so racist and you can't handle and you couldn't bring people to peace, you know? Because there are like protests here in like there are protests here in the States, like Palestinian protests, but they're not 2020 BLM protests. They're not at all. I don't know. And this is just stuff off the top of my head, but yeah, I don't know. Feel bad for Kamala Harris. She shouldn't have to go up on national TV right now. She's doing a good job and they keep asking her about Biden's age. All right. So chat, that marks the end of the debate and everything, right? 71 days until the first ballots are casted. 71 days, chat. 71 days, just over 2 months until the first ballots are casted in North Carolina. Gaza might be why Biden loses Michigan. It's possible, yeah. Wow, really? Wait. What's going on? Apparently there was a CNN focus group. All right. 7 said Biden won, 6 said Trump won, 1 undecided. Oh my gosh, dude. Can you imagine like after this debate, like everybody's releasing the like it's over videos and then like a New York Times Siena poll comes out in like 2 weeks and it's like Biden +2. Oh, dude. I'm telling you, chat. Listen. I've said it over and over again. This is an unprecedented election cycle. If you ever I wrote it in the community tab. If you hear somebody telling you that they know exactly how this election is going to go, they are lying to you. They're selling you bullshit. They're selling you bullshit. So I have no clue what's going to happen. I'm not a fortune teller. No, neither is anyone else. Because here's the thing: everybody is talking about how like Biden is like is having trouble right now. We are like Biden and Trump together are two of the worst polling presidents in the entire history of presidential polling. So you being like, oh, one person's polling poorly, they can't win. Dog, the other guy is standing right there next to him. And one of them's gonna win. So yeah. So that's how it is. One of them's gonna win. They're both heavily underwater, and one of them's going to win. Val Demings should be a VP. Nah, not Val Demings. Yeah, there's this focus group that says leans towards Biden. There's another focus. Yeah, you pulled up this Axios focus group that said leans towards Trump. All undecided voters, swing states. Hosted. Oh no. Okay. We talked about this. This is the Frank Luntz focus group. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, afterwards. Yeah. We already went over this focus group. Thank you though. Yeah. So it seems like the Frank Luntz focus group leans towards Trump. CNN focus group leans towards Biden. What's happening? Pick anyone from the squad? Dude, I don't know. Chat, I'm not sure if I've heard anybody really talk about this. Instead of swapping out Biden at this point, swap out the his running mate, Kamala Harris. What do you think? Because people when it comes to Biden's age, and they're like, I have trouble voting for him because he's old and I don't really like Harris that much. Swap him with somebody more like with a higher approval rating and more likable than Kamala Harris, and it'd be a lot. But listen. It has to be another black woman. It can't be someone white. Biden would be kaput, finished. He would be cooked if he replaced them with someone white. So it has to be a darker skinned black woman. He can only go darker now, okay? Like he can't turn the switch and like remove some melanin. It has to go. The melanin switch it's a ratchet, okay? And it only goes in one direction. It has to be someone darker, and it has to still be a woman. He cannot get away from that. So it has to be another black woman who's more likable than Kamala Harris. And I genuinely think that might actually be the play. And and come out and have Kamala Harris, or maybe not. I was like, have Kamala Harris say that she wanted to step down, but that would make Biden look even way weaker. It has to be like, it has to be like Kamala Harris needs to like pretend that she's sick or something. You know what I mean? She has to pretend that she's sick, and or like there's a family, you know, when you don't want to go into work, so you tell your manager that you had a family emergency, and the family emergency is that you've been sitting on the fucking toilet for the last 2 hours scrolling on your phone and you can't feel your legs anymore. So it has to be one of those things. Like there's a family emergency and he has to switch her out with a more likable candidate. Has to be done. I think that's way more likely. I think that's way more likely to be like a route that they could actually take. in my opinion, because if people are thinking about Biden's age, like, oh man, like if something happens to him in office, the other person, like the vice president, like his presidential pick is really important because he's old, and having somebody, and like, let's be honest, he put Kamala Harris let's be honest, Kamala Harris, and I don't want to be a hater. I'm not a hater. The only reason why Kamala Harris is his running mate is because she was the only black woman in 2020, and he wanted to give kickbacks to all of the like worst centrist candidates that dropped out so he could beat Bernie. So they all needed, when they all dropped out so he could coalesce the centrist vote around him during 2020. Sorry, I was reading something. Yeah, like for all the other like worst performing centrists to bow out, he gave them kickbacks. I mean, Pete Buttigieg is in the Pete Buttigieg is in the administration. Bloomberg has like a prime seat at the table when it comes to the campaign, and also is like one of the largest donors. Kamala Harris is Kamala Harris is the VP pick. So I would say if anything's going to happen, I really think you should if anybody's going to be switched out, I think it should be Kamala Harris and run with somebody like chat. Who's the most popular black woman in the country right now? Who's a politician? Not just a random celebrity, okay? Like it has to be an actual politician. Crockett? I think Crockett's too young. I need a list. I need a list of black women. I need a list. Yeah, Stacey Abrams, definitely, that's a good one. Someone more known. Yvette Simpson, maybe. Barbara Lee. Barbara Lee's a good one. Cori Bush, the short progressives. As much as I would like that, I think she's too. No, they disagree too much. They disagree too much. They disagree too much. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Chantel Brown. You're really cooking. Chantel Brown goes kind of crazy. But yeah, I think if anything happens, they need to find a way to split from Kamala Harris. Because listen, the convention isn't here just yet. They don't have to pick a running mate just yet. So split from Harris and then pull up a newer, shinier black woman, and I think it go kind of crazy. I think it go crazy. I think it go kind of crazy. What if Oprah? Yeah, he would insist that. Listen, that would actually be a 50-state landslide. Pulling up Oprah would actually be a 50-state landslide. I don't think Harris is all that bad. I'm not okay. So one moment. I'm not talking. Okay, if you're talking about like our personal feelings about Kamala Harris, sure, whatever. Have whatever opinion you want on Harris. I personally don't care. When it comes to the like perception of Kamala Harris, she's just not. People just don't like her that much. She's just not a very popular candidate. She's just not. Ayanna Pressley, maybe Ayanna Pressley, maybe Ayanna Pressley. She's really not that popular. You can't have, you know. Ugh, so yeah, that's that. Kamala isn't even real. I mean, she kind of isn't. Yeah, Kamala Harris is really a focus group candidate. That's true. There is some hope in the CNN focus group.
When it comes to a strong leader and what we're looking for in a leader, I'm looking for somebody that I trust to be able to uphold policies that will protect me and are more concerned for the general well-being of everybody in the United States, which I got more from Biden, considering he did a lot more talking about policies, what he's done and what he plans to do. Whereas on the other side from Trump, all I really heard was, I've done this and it was the best ever, but I never heard what it was. When it comes to a
little bit of a cookage. So that's one thing that I hope some people get out of that's one thing that I hope some people get out of the debate, but I feel like a lot of people are going to be like in their minds going to be thinking like, man, Biden's old as fuck.
For a couple of observations I want to make from tonight's watch party here at Old Town Poorhouse. First, a lot of the people who were here tonight, they did not know the debate was scheduled. When they did, though, they found out, they stayed, and they continued to watch it, and they got into it. Second, people here did not shy away from expressing their opinions, booing and cheering for both candidates throughout.
I come from Texas, and this is just like a really cool political city to kind of see this really monumental event.
Biden and Trump are interesting candidates, and you really don't know what to expect from both of them.
It's hard to believe that these are our two options. It seems like both of them are struggling, and it's kind of hard to see America turn like this.
I feel like they're making a lot of big claims, and I'm kind of like, okay, maybe I need to back up and research some of this.
I think I speak for a lot of Americans when I say I have, from both sides, absolute anxiety about this. This feels honestly like an episode of Black Mirror. It feels like whatever way we go, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be angry and upset, and that alone is enough cause for concern.
Overall tonight, both before the debate and during, when we chatted with voters, there was a common theme, and that is not a lot of excitement leading up to this election. In fact, many people tell us it is more of a dreaded decision. Reporting live in Old Town, Casey Cronin, Fox 32, Chicago.
Sheesh. Biden, you got to give the people a little bit of hope, man. Are you really that old that you can't even pretend to not be that old for like an hour? He's got to pretend. Dude, listen, they got to give him those drugs. Yeah? We're in our doomer era. I mean, like, that's not a surprise, like how people feel. Tim. Yo, let's hear a little bit before we get off, let's hear a little bit about hear from Sam and Emma.
YouTube.com/Sam Cedar. We're going to do that right now. I'm going to end this. He's Horace.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Biden is we can't.
If you had Bobby Kennedy been in there, at least Biden would have seemed like, oh well, this was not happening.
And it's like cold as well. So I understand not.
You know what? Oh my gosh, he's so right. The Democrats never should have been trying to campaign against Kennedy being on ballots, because if Kennedy was polling better, then he would have been on the stage. And then you'd have some comparison with Biden. You'd be like, oh yeah, maybe he just woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But you know it's right.
feeling well, and obviously
That's too on-PC for Joe Rogan show
stutter.
Yeah, Sam, don't
Wait, I am curious what Joy has to say.
To mitigate the way that he speaks, and you can understand it, and we've observed him for a long time. That said, I too was on the phone throughout much of the debate with Obama world people, with the Democrats.
Old Brendan said, I thought he was great.
Campaign operatives. My phone really never.
Joy's earned my respect recently with all of her
and
coverage.
the universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic. The people who were texting
panic,
me
yes,
were,
good.
Very concerned about President Biden seeming extremely feeble, seeming extremely weak. And I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. President Biden had one job tonight, and it was one primary job. And yes, it was
don't be as old as you are,
and all of those things. But he had to settle his own party. He needed to settle Democrats. Democrats, they always talk about Democrats are bedwetters and Democrats are always panicking. Yes, Democrats are always panicking. They're always scared, right? They're always thinking they're going to lose. Democrats are very pessimistic. This is just who they are. They're neurotic. But Joe Biden's job was to reassure them tonight. His job was to calm his party, to make them feel that, yes, I can do this. I have 4 more years in me. I have the ability and the stamina and the strength to do 4 more years. He did not do that.
Very sad. Because it's a very low bar. It is a very low bar, and it's unfortunate because he was able to get out a lot of actually really important stuff. He was actually able to get out a lot of really important talking points and policy, and with like real numbers on top of them. He was able to get out a lot of genuinely really good talking points that even me, who's pretty pretty predisposed to being not like a big Biden fan. I'm genuinely like, he made some great points during that during that debate. But he's so old. But he's such a geezer. Oh Lord, was that bad? He looked so bad. He sounded so bad. If like, I don't know, like they put some drugs in him to talk like 1.25 times faster. 1.25, okay? And less raspy, and I actually think he would have won. It's so little. It's such little things, because really the only all that really stands between Biden right now, between winning and losing, is being able to calm enough people to be like, he won't die in 4 years. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe next debate they need to like schedule him to drink some water, man.
He did the opposite of that. He made them more panicked. The people who were texting me were even more panicked. They actually expected it to be better than it was. I did too. And now they're in I won't say a full-fledged panic, but it's getting there.
I expected it to be better too.
I want to hear what more.
He actually sounds better. It was even more crazy because in the after party, he did sound better. He was talking faster and he sounded better. Was he just nervous? Does he need Lexapro? Or something that maybe they shouldn't have given him. I don't know. Maybe instead of hopping him up on like whatever drug the conservatives think that they gave him, maybe all he needed was like a little Xanny. He needed 1/4 of a Xanax, and that would have been it. Maybe he was just nervous. He was just stressing. I don't know. Possibly. And he was a little raspy that day, but he usually doesn't sound like that. It was like the worst possible time to sound like that. The worst possible time to sound like that. Like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, he didn't sound like that. A month ago, he didn't sound like that. But tonight, after the debate, he didn't sound like that. But the moment he needed it is when he couldn't have it, which is it's very Democrat pilled. I'm going to be honest with you. The exact moment when you need to pull through, you don't. And that's very Democrat pilled. That's exactly what I would expect from my that's my Democrats right there. That is them. That is my Democrats. But okay, we'll touch on a little bit more of this a bit later. I don't see Trump gaining much from this, but I see Biden having to do a lot of work to shore up his he had to do a lot of work to shore up his base originally. He's got to do a lot of work to shore up. He's even further behind the 8 ball now, which sucks a lot for him. I don't believe this is insurmountable, but if he keeps sounding like that for the rest of the election cycle, we are in very dangerous territory. We're in very, very dangerous territory, in my opinion. And I cannot lie to you and tell you that that's not true. I'm not doomer. Like, sometimes I talk about the race every now and again. And one thing I was going to make a tweet, but I decided to not tweet it out. One thing I really hate is that when I'm like frank about the election or like any sort of election, or like frank and very blunt about Democrats' chances at, you know, this happening or that happening, I get some people in my comment section who turn that into like get on their high horse and turn it into like a stump speech opportunity about how like it's so lame that these like lefties are so like doomer pilled or something. I'm not doomer. Like I don't think I feel like I'm way more on the side of people saying that I'm coping more than dooming with like all the stuff I've said about this election season thus far, even till today, to this very moment that I'm speaking right now. I think way more people would say that I'm coping more than more than dooming. But you need to be able to talk about these types of situations frankly, and seriously, and with some skepticism as well. You can't just be hopped up on copium and hopium 24/7. You gotta come down every once in a while, you know, and see how things are definitely can be more tight, more dangerous, or more unsure, and things can do better. I hate the idea of when I'm like, wow, Democrats could do a better job here, and somebody's like, what's with this crazy leftist doomer billing? Like, what? Like, if you want to live in just like like some of these people really literally just want to live in an echo chamber where everybody tells them that everything is going to be perfectly fine, and that everything is great and there's no problems whatsoever. And this just isn't the channel for that. This is not the channel for that. If you're looking for something like that, then you can find it somewhere else, but I don't do that here. So somewhere else can probably do that. I'm not going to make videos about how it's all over, everything's fucking over, you should kill yourself now, might as well, so Trump doesn't get his filthy orange hands on you first. Like I'm not going to be making any videos like that, because for one, I don't believe it, and two, that's not helpful, and three, that's kind of cringe, in my personal opinion, in my personal opinion. But once again, that's just my opinion. But I'm gonna tell you how it is. This wasn't good for Biden. I don't think it's the death knell for his campaign that a lot of people want to pretend that it is. But if he can never sound like that ever again for the next two debates, if they have two more debates, which I think they should, and with that style as well, it'd be a lot better. It'd be a whole lot better. Because a lot of people are like, as long as he just doesn't die out there, it's probably going to be fine. And he was very close to dying. Like, as Pacman said, it's close to worst case scenario. It wasn't the worst. It absolutely wasn't the worst case scenario. But it was getting there. It was definitely close. It was definitely close. I think one more meme. Arizona reacts to the debate. So here's some Arizona voters. They keep bringing up black people. I really don't think black people exist in Arizona, but I could be going crazy right now. Probably gonna sound like that again in the next debate. Yo, he didn't even sound like that in the post debate or a week ago. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the sun will blow up by the time November rolls around, and we won't have to deal with this ever again. Was him dying worst case? Probably not. Nah, him dying was definitely worst case, because like I said, I don't think anybody has the time to make themselves known enough to be able to shore up the base to be able to win the election, to be able to win the election against Donald Trump. I just don't think so. I don't think the ground game is there. So him dying would 100% be the worst. Second worst would be close to this.
And Denise, how about you? What was a moment that stuck out to you?
Well, first, if I could just finish, he did this a lot. I would like to say we are not in one of Donald Trump's many properties. We are in heat-filled Phoenix, Arizona, where we are suffering from climate change. So to say that there's no problem with our climate is yet another lie, because there were so many lies told today.
And Denise.
Okay. I think a lot of people are going to be picking up that stuff. So yeah. So two things that I think. Okay, one, Biden's really never gonna. He has to not sound like that again. Okay, whatever he does, Listen, he can cancel the fucking debate and do a rally sometime later, okay? But don't never do that again. Ever. Never ever do that again. 2, possibly change out his running mate. Possibly change out Kamala Harris. And like I said, it has to be a darker woman. A more likable, darker woman, and I think that would be good. And then after that, I think once again, if things like in the general like political sphere improve like a couple points, I think he'd win. It won't be a sweep, but I think he'd win. Yo, Biden went to Waffle House after the debate. That's really funny. Democrats hoped the debate would reset the campaign, but not like this. It did reset the campaign in a they made them panic even more. Yeah. There was like soft panic, now there's loud panic. It went from soft panic to loud panic. But what they've got to do, in my opinion, is they have to switch away from talking about Biden and start talking about Trump. Once again, Trump spoke more during the debate. If they can get here, Biden needs the spotlight off of him, and when the spotlight's on him, he needs to do mostly okay. Donald Trump needs more talking time. He needs to like relinquish his talking time to ask to have Trump respond so he could talk even more. I'm going to be honest with you. And because Donald Trump will take any opportunity to speak. And so what we're getting from a lot of focus groups is that people are like, man, this Trump guy is fucking crazy. I remember that. But this Joe guy, I don't know if he's going to live. So yeah, this night is not over for Biden. He went to a debate. He stopped at a debate watch party at Waffle House. He said it's hard to debate a liar. President defended his debate performance, telling reporters that he did well. When it comes to what he actually said, I'll agree. With how he looked, no. He was slow out of the gate. So yeah, Biden surrogates try to spin the debate. Dude, just start talking about Trump. Trump's team was absolutely giddy. Donald Trump's gleeful team viewed Joe Biden's performance during the debate as a vindication of their repeated attacks on his mental sharpness, and the campaign's top advisors declared victory before the debate even wrapped up. Trump declared that he delivered the greatest debate performance in victory in the my bad. Sorry. He delivered the greatest debate performance and victory in history to the largest voter audience in history. And Biden showed exactly why he deserves to be fired. Wow, he really is like, hey guys, remember me? I'm the "you're fired" guy. He's actually trying to pick up his old catchphrase. Biden campaign officials memo. Trump had a bad night too. Yeah, you just got to start talking about Trump. You got to stop talking about like they need to stop answering questions about Biden and need to start answering like anytime they're asked about Biden's performance, they need to be like he was a little raspy and he was a little slow. But did you hear what Donald Trump say? He said this and 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 that was a lie and this is a lie and this is crazy and that's terrible and he can't live this down. It needs to be way more like that. Because there's a lot of material. There's a lot of material in that debate. We didn't click on Donald Trump either. What we didn't click on Twitter what people had to say about Trump too much. There's a lot of clips that we've talked about. One of the big clips that's going around is Trump calling Biden a little Palestinian. That one, it did not go over well with people at all. Climate change, abortion, the election, Israel, Palestine. That one, those ones seem to those ones seem to be a big issue for the boy. There's probably deep throating Trump as always. A lot of them are doing that. There is some deep throating going on. It's usually people being like, "Wow, Trump looks so old," and then people being like, "Both of them lost this election, and they're both so old." It's either look how old Biden is, or look how old both of them are. That's most of what's happening tonight. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. All right. Well, that is your election coverage. I think that's all for me tonight. Thank you so much. Sharkbeat, Impetus 2, Impetus time 2. Thank you so much for the 199. I appreciate you. Shark, be honest, are we screwed, or is there hope? I think there's hope. Once again, there's 2 elections. There's the convention, and there's 2 debates left. On top of that, most of the funding in ads has not started yet, and Biden hasn't started his big, rally tour in the Rust Belt at all, really. He's done it a bit, but not that much. He can come back from this, but it's an if. I can't tell you the future. So Biden may sound worse every debate from now on, and still win, or sound worse every debate and still lose, or sound better every debate and still and still lose. Who knows? We got like 4.5 some months until the election, something like that. And so a lot of things can happen then, and I don't think this race is going to, I don't believe Trump's gonna jump up in the polls or anything after this. It doesn't look like people who listen to Trump think that he did a good job. People who listen to Trump don't think wow, man, I gotta start voting for this Trump guy. It's more of Biden not being able to coalesce his base, which is the problem. He needs to calm the base, reassure him that he's not fucking dying. And if he can do that for the rest of the election cycle with less flaws, because I thought he would, because actually, I'm not going to lie to you, he was doing pretty all right until now when he really needed it. Because once again, you can go back and listen to his performances in local radio interviews, some of his stump speeches, some of his speeches he gives some of the speeches he gives at the White House. He did not sound that bad. He did not sound that bad. So I don't know why he sounded that bad now, but never ever do that again. And if he doesn't, I think there's a good chance we win. If he does, we're kind of giga fucked. So it's all on the shoulders of this 82-year-old man, who seems like he's dying every 1 in 5 times when he speaks. Does the new running mate have to be a black woman, or can he expand to any other? No. It has to be a black woman. I mean, just think about this, right? You can't replace a black woman with in such a high status as second to the president. That's unprecedented, with a non-black woman. It's not possible. That's an intersection that cannot be changed once you make that decision. You can't do it. He will get obliterated. He will get because he already is a little shaky when it comes to black people and trusting him. You cannot replace a black person in his administration with a non-black person. I think that would actually be worse than his debate performance today. I'm not even joking. He'd be finished. Finito. Cooked. No way. Not possible. Not possible. He'd get obliterated. So that's why I'm like, there's only one direction he can take if he wants to move on from Kamala Harris, and that's a darker black woman. Okay, and I'm talking ADOS. Okay, I'm talking like you found pictures of your like great. They have pictures of their great grandfather as like picking cotton. Okay, like they gotta be black. All right, black. All right, they gotta have pictures that they gotta have like Polaroids that their mom can pull up from at their mom's house of them like mixing like the whole bag of great value sugar into the like bucket of Kool-Aid. Okay, black. Like when the media asks them what their favorite food is, they gotta be like shrimp Alfredo, chicken or shrimp Alfredo. Okay, black. Yes, 4C hair, dark skin, ADOS, black. Has Trump announced a running mate? No, but a lot of people but a lot of people think that it's going to be Vivek Ramaswamy. A lot of people think it's going to be Ramaswamy. A lot of people think it's going to be the billionaire buddies together. Yeah, he'd be hit from all sides. Yeah. So like I said, there's no direction he can take besides darker woman. Because he can't get a lighter. You can't replace an already light-skinned black woman with a lighter-skinned black woman. He get cooked. Okay, cooked. All right. He right from the frying pan into the oven, cooked. So it's only darker. Only darker. Black. Like if they were doing an interview with CNN and there was a weird sound in the studio, they would not be asking what made that noise. You know, black. Any Hispanics that Trump could have as his running mate? Nick Fuentes, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz. You think JD Vance of the Majority Report? I'm talking too much. Good night. Well, thanks for joining the site chat. I appreciate you. Abrams would pick up left-leaning independents without a doubt. Oh, and she'd do really well in Georgia because Georgia still likes her. She's not underwater in Georgia. She's a little controversial, but she's really not that bad. She's not that bad in Georgia. Georgia's way more mild of a Republican state than like places like Texas, right? Or even like these days, Florida. I thought Rubio was Italian. He's all over the place, okay? They should do... That's funny. This tweet. They should just do a hot ones, and whoever lives through it can be president. Cook. That's a deal. JD Vance is too boring. He has too many scandals with little boys to be able to be to be the running mate. Well, I think he's very crazy. Because there has to be somebody who's like the reason why he picked Mike Pence is because he's a complete disgusting degenerate, and he needed to be able to secure the evangelical vote to be able to have a base big enough to at least barely win the presidency. And so I think he needs somebody else who's like super duper religious, Possibly, unless they just like that vote is already, he thinks he already has it locked in. Um, JD Vance is actually a Hitlerite. He's getting close, yeah. Unless he thinks that he already has it locked in, he's gonna try and pick up somebody else. Oh, I am confusing Vance with Jim Jones. You're so right. Vance did something horrible as well. Jim Jones has too much, has been doing too much with little boys. that part was kind of crazy. They worship Trump now. So yeah, so maybe. But yeah, I gotta get out of here. It's been a nice night. I really appreciate talking to you all. I was not expecting to be here for 5 hours, but you know, that's how it is. 5 hours a month. Let me finish up these donations and then we'll hop out of here. I don't want anybody to lose their memes. Real Melorander, thank you so much for the 2 months in a row remaining a part of the friend team being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. If they choose a squad member, AOC, that'd be cute. But I like I said, I don't think that AOC's not black. You can't replace a black woman with a Hispanic woman. Not possible. They'd kill him. They'd actually kill him. Like I'm not even like joking here when I say that. Like I'm not being hyperbolic. They'd actually kill Joe Biden. They would kill him. They would like rend his flesh from his bones. Oh yeah, and then Impetus was like, is there hope or are we screwed? I think there's hope. But it was a bad debate, and they're further behind now than they were before the debate happened. So that's it. That is my opinion. That is my opinion. Biden needs to stop looking like he's dying and let Trump talk more the next debate. And I think things would would definitely look better for him. Listen, maybe he needs to put on the bronzer too. He needs to come out with like a Trump cosplay. That'd go kind of crazy. I can't lie. Because have you seen Trump? Dude, I'm telling you right now that if Trump came out the same way that he did at this debate, but he didn't have his bronzer on. Wait. Have you seen what Trump looks like no bronzer? Without his tan? They're like, there are pictures of him when he's like, when he looks like a boiled chicken breast. Not to be a hater or anything, but like, yeah, like some of these, you know, like what his actual skin tone looks like. It looks so weird, man. I hate it. I hate it so much. But yeah, Trump without his bronzer, you know, bro, he really looks like a boiled chicken breast. There's some where his bronzer was way less prominent as well, and it's just a weird. It's very weird. You can see his real skin tone. It like pokes out every now and again. Ew, right? Like if he pulled up to debate without the bronzer, I'm telling you, he would have gotten cooked. It's really like it's so interesting because, and it's very sad as well, because in 2020 the election was so much about policy. There was so much policy talk and like going back and forth on the particulars of certain policy that we'd enact. And 2024 is about hoping that you don't look really old. And that's like that's the most important thing that people are worried about, which I just think is really sad. It's really unfortunate. If 2020, especially in the Democratic caucus in 2020 was so healthy. That was such a beautiful, healthy caucus, specifically when it comes to the exchange of policy. When it comes to like, you know, like the coalescing away from Bernie and all that type of stuff, I don't like it. But when it comes specifically to policy, it was so good. It was such a great election cycle for the Democrats. And great policy actually came from that during the Biden administration, right? But yeah, 2020 is not about policy or where you can take the country. It's about how old you look. And if you can look less old than the other guy looks insane. And I just think that's unfortunate that that's the main thing that we worry about. But a lot of people do indeed worry about that a lot, which is, I mean, it's a valid concern, but the top concern is kind of sad. But that's just my opinion. All right. So that's just how it is. That is my opinion. We'll take a look at how this affects the race, if it affects the race at all, and where it affects the race as well, and what can be done about it. So we're just going to have to see where this takes us, chat. But that's all I've got for tonight. Thank you so much for watching, for subscribing, for donating. Thank you so much, everyone, for all that. And I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good one.